So Detective, I think you said that if it's in full automatic mode, as long as the trigger is depressed, okay, it keeps firing.
Yes.
Okay. And it only stops firing is when I release the
When you release it or you run out of ammo.
Now, in your investigation,
We approach her. You may.
so Detective, during your investigation, did you reveal Ryan Steele's body cam?
Yes.
And you also, you've reviewed a portion of the body cam from Ryan Steele, is that right?
Yes.
And the portion is showing the storm door that had the bullet holes here, is that right?
Yes.
It's State's Exhibit 20. Yes. And it's just showing the swinging of the storm door.
Third question?
I was going to play the State's Exhibit 20, the body cam. Now that shows the medic coming out and it shows the storm door open.
You
Yes.
can ask him what does it show. You can ask him what it shows. Tell him what the.
You can go ahead. Now, Detective, the video that we've taken off of Ryan Steele's body cam, what does it show?
It shows the door, the screen door.
It shows how the screen door, how it opens and shuts.
Yes.
Now, also, I want to show you a couple of exhibits here.
Note your objection. Overruled.
The State's exhibits first start off with 39A and 39B. You recognize those as being exhibits off of Officer Penny's body cam, is that right?
Yes.
And 39B is at 225, and 39A is at 215.
On the video mark.
Okay.
Okay.
approaches. I don't know why I'm getting a glare there. Anyway, it's, see, purpose is that, do you recognize whose vehicle that is?
That's Officer Rosser's.
And 39B, off of the same video, do you recognize what that is?
That's 3996 Estates.
Okay. And do you know the location in which this video would have been taken from, or this screenshot?
From Penny.
Yeah, but I mean, where in the location, where would it be in relationship to the truck?
Oh, it's going to be a little bit further south from where the truck is.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 39K. What's that?
It's a shot of the screen door on the south side of Estates Place, 3996.
And that would have been, again, off of Officer Penny's body cam.
Yes.
And again, explain, well, what's in that photograph?
It's the south door entrance to 3996 Estates Place.
Just demonstrating where the, now that screenshot is the door stuck there, or had the door been moving in the video?
If you,
Can we approach on this?
you can approach, yes? You can move on.
So again, Detective, when we took this still, this was a still from off a video of the door closing.
Yes.
Okay. It's not intended to show that the door's stuck or stuck there.
No.
Okay. It's just, okay. Now, during your investigation, did you recover a holster?
Holster was recovered from the hospital, yes.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked State's Exhibit 5G. You can identify that.
We have gloves if you need them right over there. Take them.
I didn't know if it was in a bag or not.
You recognize what that is?
Yeah, put the gloves on. Yeah, it's Uncle Mike's holster.
Have you, in your career, ever ever used one of the Uncle Miser's those?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with holsters like?
Yeah, I am familiar with them, yes.
And does that have a retaining strap to hold the weapon in?
It's pretty much just a pocket.
And when you say a pocket, how's that used or how's it worn?
Well, you got a clip. I guess you fasten it to a belt or maybe your pants pocket or whatever, and the gun just sits right down inside of it.
And is it secure in there?
No, no.
When you say no, why do you say no?
Well, I think depending on how you're seated or you're running, it could easily fall out.
Has that ever happened to you in your career?
No, I wouldn't carry a holster like this.
I mean, have you ever, okay, so you've never used it,
No, no,
pocket holster? Like
no.
Okay, Detective, just one last thing. So
Should be a trash can right over here.
There it is, thank you.
as a result of your investigation, okay, we'll start at the Ferris and Carl Road.
Okay.
Did you ever obtain any witness other than Mr. Meade as to what he claims transpired at Carl and Ferris?
Just Mr. Korn, yeah.
Anything that would indicate that there were guns pointed? Other
No, no, other than his statement, no.
Did any passing motorist ever make a call that they witnessed, because he was talking about some type of car passing by, make a call?
No.
A single objection on leading.
Now, at the
Overruled.
399 Estates, okay, when Mr. Meade describes in his statement about the shooting, okay, was there, and have you obtained any witnesses that had witnessed the actual shooting of Casey Goodson?
No.
So it was just Mr. Meade?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Detective.
Any cross-examination?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Okay.
Good morning, Detective Hughes.
Hold on.
Morning.
Mr. Schreier, do you want to get your evidence?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Detective Hughes, as you know, my name is Mark Collins. We've known each other for 30-some years, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask a series of questions. If you don't understand it, please let me know, and I'll rephrase or go slower, correct?
Okay.
So let's start where Mr. Schreier left off. You've invested homicide for how many homicides did you say you've done?
How many homicides? Too many to count. Several.
And many crimes and homicides you've investigated, as well as on the CERT team, there is only one person involved, correct?
Always one person? No.
A lot of times, there's only one person involved. The assailant or the suspect and the other person, correct?
Generally.
In those situations, Detective, there would be no other witnesses, correct?
Not always, no.
You can't control if there's going to be witnesses there or not, right?
No.
And you can't control if there's no cameras there or not, correct?
That's correct.
So many times, you've gone forward on cases where the only person who testifies is the victim in the case, correct? About what happened at the scene, about what happened, correct?
Yes.
Robberies, correct?
Yes.
Interactions with a knife, correct?
Yes.
Interactions with a gunshot. The only two people involved are those two people, correct?
Yes.
And there would be no other witnesses, right?
No, sometimes no, yeah.
And in that situation, you go forward with a statement of the person with what they did, correct?
That's correct.
And you would bring charges based on what that victim said happened, correct?
Sometimes, yeah.
So one person can be enough to bring a charge and go forward with it, correct? As well as defending a charge.
You could bring a charge, but not always getting a conviction with one person, no.
But one person can be defended with only their statement, correct?
Yes.
In terms of self-defense, right?
Yes.
You've investigated cases where there's the only person who puts forth self-defense or justification is the one individual, correct?
Yes.
This holster thing, you've never actually used that holster.
No.
So you would have no idea how it works, correct?
That holster, it's pretty simple.
Okay. You know Detective Courtroom, correct?
Yes.
You respect Detective Courtroom, right?
Yes.
Detective Courtroom's a very good law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
You believe him and you believe him to be truthful, correct?
Yes.
He's done multiple different positions in the Columbus Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And he's currently an investigator for the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you Detective Courtroom used that same type of holster, and if I told you he testified under oath to ladies and gentlemen of the jury hundreds of times and it's never fallen out, you wouldn't call him a liar, would you?
No, that's his choice if he wants to use that holster.
That's correct. And if he told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that he's used it 100 times and had to chase people undercover and had to apprehend people when running, you would take his word over that versus what you just told Mr. Short, correct?
Not necessarily. I still stand by what I said. I wouldn't use that holster.
That wasn't my question, sir. You've never used the holster, right?
No.
And someone who's used the holster 100 of times testified under oath who you respect and you say is truthful, correct?
Yeah, that's his testimony.
And you still want the jury to believe you? That you wouldn't use that holster versus someone who used it hundreds of times and it never fell out?
Yeah.
You have no experience with it, right?
No.
He has the experience with it and the expertise with it, correct?
Yes.
He's a very good officer, right?
Yes.
He would never mislead these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would he? Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, just,
No.
And we're just going in reverse order, so. The door. Yesterday you testified, which way is the door open, sir? The screen door?
Right to left.
Right to left. So if that door is opening right to left, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you with me?
Yes.
And my client's statement was that he opened it right to left, stepped inside, then the door would be on his back. That's consistent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 100% consistent with the way that screen door opens, right?
Yes.
And he said it was resting on his back and he couldn't see his hands at that point in time, correct?
That's correct.
There's metal mesh there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware of the coroner's report, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware what my client said in his statement, correct, about the turn?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm the person in the door with the door on my back facing you, and I turn and my hand's outside the door, right?
Yes.
There wouldn't be any damage to my hand, would there? Of any shots or anything like that, of markings, correct?
No.
And in fact, you're aware of the coroner's report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there is no damage whatsoever to Mr. Goodson's right hand, correct, in that report?
That's correct.
Zero.
Yes.
Consistent with the hand being outside the door, correct?
Yeah, you'd say that.
Well, I'm not saying it, you're saying it. The coroner's report says there's no damage to the right hand, right?
Yes.
My client says he turned with the gun in his right hand towards him, correct?
Yes.
Outside the door, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, it makes common sense that there's no damage to there because it didn't get hit by the glass or anything, right?
Yes. Can you slow down a little bit too, please?
You got it. I apologize.
two will try and rein him in.
All right. You talked a lot about fully auto versus semi-auto, right?
Yes.
And semi-auto, you have to pull the trigger, correct?
Yes.
I'd like you to pull the trigger right now. Act like pulling a trigger, sir, and count out loud each time you pull the trigger. Go to
1,
go to
2,
6.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Maybe about 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
3 seconds? What did Jason Meade put in his statement, how long he pulled the trigger?
I have to look at it.
Less than a second.
Yeah.
You know the difference between fully automatic and semi, correct?
Yes.
It's impossible for an officer to pull a semi-automatic rifle 5 to 6 times in less than a second, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, you knew as a law enforcement officer, trained as a SWAT officer, that it wasn't full auto, correct?
It could be assumed. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a common sense approach, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to stop shooting at a deadly threat when, detective?
When the threat is over.
Doesn't matter. That threat could be over in half a second, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
So if you have a fully automatic service rifle that's assigned to you, you personally would let go of the trigger when the threat was stopped, right?
Yes.
You're not going to go, hey, I've been trained on burst. 1 burst, 2 burst. You're going to hold that until the threat is stopped, correct, detective?
Fortunately, I've never been in that situation, so
Wasn't what I asked you, sir.
no.
If you're in that situation, hypothetically, you're not going to let go of that trigger until the threat is stopped, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're aware of Detective Rosser. You have respect for Detective Rosser, correct?
Much respect, yes.
He's a highly skilled law enforcement officer, correct?
He's a very good officer.
And he was interviewed at the scene, right?
Yes.
And you know from his statement that when he got out of his car, he heard show or drop the gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then he heard shots.
Yes.
Okay. And in my client's statement that Mr. Shroy went over with you, towards the end, the second time he said, I yelled, show me drop the gun, correct?
Yes.
And then he fired the shots.
Yes.
And that's consistent with what your understanding is of Detective Ross, correct?
Yes.
This lights and siren thing, nowhere in my client's statement did he ever say that he put the lights and sirens on, correct?
That's correct.
Nowhere in Ryan Rosser's interview did he ever say, I put my lights and sirens on.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, undercover is a little bit different than patrol, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you're undercover, my client pulls over and Rosser and Yorkwoods come up. You verified that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, based on my client's statement, Mr. Goodson had then just gotten out of the car, correct?
Yes.
And all 3 of those people say that he eluded them, looked at them, eluded them. One says faster than he's seen, one says it was a walk to an elevated thing, but all variations of eluding, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that someone with a handgun eluding police officers with the proper identification is an exigent circumstance, correct? Unknown area, don't know what's going on, and that person hypothetically had pointed a gun at you.
Is this one question? It's overruled. Let him finish the question. You can finish the question.
The person had pointed a gun at you, hypothetically, okay? Now you see the person outside of the car with a gun in his hand. The person's eluding you. The person's fleeing. 2 other people corroborate that, right?
Yes.
Yorkwoods and Rosser, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that that's exigent circumstances, correct?
Overruled. You can answer if he knows.
Yes.
And I think you said it best on direct. That's when you have to be a police officer and you do it by yourself, right?
Yes.
Now, let's go with the lights afterwards. You heard on that video that the medics, they're trying to determine whether to get the medics in there, to send down the medics, right?
Yes.
And a scene isn't just cleared, it has to be safe before the medics are allowed in.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so when there's chaotic scene, you agree with me, right?
Yes.
You've been to multiple of those in your career, correct?
Yes, I have.
This one, you were late, so you weren't there for any of this.
No.
So in multiple things going on, a lot of times you want to make sure if you're in an undercover car, that if the medics are coming down, put your lights on so that they know where to go or where to be, correct? So other law enforcement officers know, hey, this is...
Objection. Didn't let him answer any. Maybe we approach.
Yes, you may, I guess. Probably about 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion in the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
Come on back.
Can I have the post-it?
Yes.
Everyone can have a seat. Who's the individual? Has she been removed?
What's that?
Do you guys want to approach? It's been brought to my attention that a person in the gallery was taking selfies during the testimony, and I'm asking that the deputy remove her from the courtroom.
And for the record, Your Honor, she does it every trial. That's what we inform the
Well,
prosecution.
I've done it. I removed her outside of the presence of the jury. Your objection?
Yes, Your Honor. He's asking multiple questions. And then he asks a question, the witness doesn't answer, he asks the next question, and then there's about 3 questions in there. The witness is answering the first question, and then he moves on to the next one.
I think-
I just ask that there's one question, let the witness answer it, and then ask the next question.
I'm going to overrule that.
15 minutes, Your Honor.
Counsel. Hang on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
consistent and so that you have a good memory, correct?
Yes.
And the first time that you told anybody other than these two people about those concerns was in trial, correct? Overruled.
Yes.
Now, there's certain protocols in the CERT program, correct?
Yes.
And how many CERT investigations were you involved in prior to December of 2020?
Just under 30.
And in those, you always get a statement from the law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you talked yesterday about how the first 2.5 pages of Jason Meade's statement didn't teach you anything, right? Or you didn't learn anything from it, right, so to speak?
I said that?
Mr. Schroyer asked you a question. Did you learn anything from that information?
Objection.
If you remember.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not
Overruled.
it's anything new.
Okay.
If you're saying I said it, yeah.
He asked you a question. Did you learn
I-
anything new from that information?
I don't recall what I said yesterday.
Okay. So when you receive information from a person that you're interviewing on a case, especially in a criminal investigation of that person, you want to know parameters, you want to know basics about that person, correct?
Yes.
And when the issue of a case is what that person observed and how that person reacted, you want to know things about that person, right?
Yes.
And you want to know if that person had any alcohol during the time frame, correct?
Yes.
And even on your CPD, every single defendant in a criminal investigation you do, it has on there, have you consumed any alcohol, right?
Yes.
It has on there, have you consumed any drugs?
Yes.
That information was placed in the statement, correct?
Yes.
And it's in every statement with the 30 that you were involved in, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So hypothetically, if the person giving the statement says, man, my vision's terrible, that would be important to you, correct?
Yes.
So you did learn that he had LASIK surgery and he had good eyesight, Jason Meade, correct?
Yes.
You also want to know in certain investigations that whether or not the officer or the law enforcement officer involved had worked a double shift, special duty, and that, right?
Yes.
You always ask that question, correct?
Yes.
So if that wasn't in Jason Meade's statement about his duty time and if he worked special duty, that stuff, you would have asked that, right?
Yes.
So in fact, you did learn a lot about Jason Meade from those first few pages, right?
General information, yes.
And you're aware of his service in the Marines, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that he was in Lehman Company?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about the Lehman Company.
Objection. Objection. May we approach?
All right, you can approach. Will be sustained as to that.
May I continue? Your Honor? You were able to corroborate his service in the Marines, right?
No, I never collaborated, no.
That
Yes. Yes.
Now, when you receive that statement, you read it, right?
Yes.
Then you try to poke holes in it, right?
Yes,
And you do that in every witness statement, right?
I do.
Doesn't matter if it's the person, a police officer or a witness, right?
I do. Yes.
That's your job.
Yes.
Now, in this case, did you testify at grand jury, Detective Hughes?
No.
Overruled.
No, sir.
You are the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
You participated in the discovery process, right?
Yes, sir.
And you participated in Chris Korn's interview, right?
Yes.
I want to move to Mr. Penny's body-worn camera. First, with body-worn cameras, you're aware what fisheye lens is, right?
Yes.
And if I get this wrong, correct me. Fisheye lens means the camera goes way wider than a normal eye, correct?
That's correct.
And it distorts things away from the person, correct?
Further away it gets, yes.
Further away, the less you can see from a body-worn camera because the fisheye lens distorts that, right?
Yes.
And if a body-worn camera's in the center where my tie is, the officer's head might be turned right or left, and the body-worn camera doesn't pick what's on it, correct?
That's correct.
So it's a distortion. The further you go away from the body-worn camera, the worse the picture we'll see or the video is.
Yes.
Now, let's put this Penny thing into perspective, okay? And that's what I want you to focus on. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, they used a term in there. You heard Terry Phillips say, how'd I miss the call? So let's break that down. What does a call mean to you, Detective Hughes?
In this case, it'd be a radio transmission.
And so radio transmission, so the call is what Jason Meade did when he aired what he saw.
Yes.
Okay. So once he doesn't have the walkie-talkie with him anymore, he can't call anybody, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the question by Terry Phillips was, how'd I miss the call, right?
Yes.
And Jason Meade was trying to give him an answer to that, right?
Same, yes.
And you heard on there that, in fact, I was on the Marshall channel. You heard on the.
Yes.
Okay. So in that situation, he was attempting to answer the question, correct?
Overruled.
And that's just you watching it, right?
Yes.
And if you want full perspective, Terry Phillips should be asked what he asked, right? Objection. Overruled.
Yes.
Did you go interview Terry Phillips after you reviewed that body-worn camera?
No, sir.
You have the ability to, right?
Yes.
You chose not to, right?
Yes.
But when you saw that on the body-worn camera, that concerned you, but you did nothing about it, right?
I didn't interview Phillips, no.
So the answer to my question was you did nothing about it, right?
No.
Best person to ask probably would be him. Are you aware that Terry Phillips was interviewed later?
Yes.
And you're aware on certainty, right?
Yes.
The golden rule, what do you not ask the law enforcement officer involved in the use of force?
Well, don't ask him.
What do you never ask the law enforcement officer at the scene? What's the general rule?
What happened?
Correct. Right?
Yes.
And so the question wasn't put forth to Jason Meade, why did you shoot, right?
Yes.
The question wasn't put forth, did you see a gun when you shot, right?
Yes.
The question put forth was, how'd I miss the call?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in that interview that Terry Phillips did, you know that he was asked that, he said, I would never ask that question, right?
Yes.
Overruled. Your answer, sir.
Yes.
Now, prior to 2020, the feds had never taken over a cert investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Sometimes they help or you help, but they've never taken it over, right?
That's first time for me.
First time it's ever happened, correct?
Yes.
Now, back to the protocols. All right. You you reviewed Jason Meade's written statement multiple times, right?
Yes.
Mr. Schroer asked if you had concerns yesterday. You said yes, right?
Yes.
You didn't document them, correct?
No.
You didn't convey them to anybody else, correct?
Did I convey it to anybody else? I did my supervisor, yes.
Not through documentation, right?
No.
So to follow up, your supervisor would have documented, be somewhere in the case file that would be turned over to us, correct?
Yes.
I tell you it's not in there, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me, right?
No.
What's your exhibit? I just identified it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want to pull out here, so you just do it. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as defendant's exhibit S. Mr. Schroer handed you yesterday states 27A. Could you take a look at this, sir?
Yes.
And that's the same copy as the one you were showing yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And in there, that's how you received my client, or Jason Meade's statement, correct?
Yes.
All right. And after reading the statement and getting the video and all that stuff, you had concerns, correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't ask Jason Meade about those concerns, did you?
No.
You didn't ask Lathan Lipperman about those concerns, did you?
No.
And in that email, could you, let me see if I have it. So if you or Detective Hughes has any follow-up questions, please submit and let me know, right?
Yes.
You were invited to ask questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't ask any questions,
No, sir.
but you had all those concerns.
Yes,
that
sir.
you talked about yesterday with Mr. Schroer.
Yes, sir.
And normally, you don't have a path to ask a person in investigation questions, right?
That's correct.
Here, you were given an invitation and you chose not to use it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not very thorough police work, would you agree, Detective Hughes?
Objection.
In your eyes, yes.
In my eyes?
Well, I wouldn't agree, but
So,
Let him answer.
Come on, guys, ask the question.
you believe that not following up with concerns when you were invited to talk to Jason Meade is thorough police work?
I believe the video spoke for itself.
Which video, sir?
The video and his statement.
Okay. And you didn't interview Phillips,
No.
right?
Yes.
But you made a determination based on a video that you saw and heard.
Yes.
And are you a video expert, sir?
Objection.
Council, want to approach? You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your name is actually referenced in that email, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go, next topic. You respect Sergeant Stanley, correct?
Yes.
Believe him to be a thorough and proper detective, right?
Yes.
Same with, you already said with Rosser, right?
Yes.
How about Santino Williams?
Yes.
How about Detective Mounts?
Yes.
You have a coworker, right? Caleb Worley, right? He works for the same people that employ you.
Yes.
Do you respect Caleb Worley, correct?
Yeah, he's a civilian employee, yes.
An employee, but he works in the crime lab.
City of Columbus Police Department,
And you work for the City of Columbus Police Department?
yes.
So you told Mr. Schroyer yesterday that that firearm that Mr. Goodson had was not an extended magazine.
No, I did not allude to that. I said it extended a couple inches. It wasn't the normal extended magazine
So you said you didn't consider that an extended magazine on your,
in the sense that I'm used to now.
overruled, in the sense that you're used to?
Yes,
All right, so that you're going to put it in perspective in the sense that you're used to.
yes,
Okay, so you realize that Caleb Worley testified yesterday as an expert. You saw him here, right? Did you see him in your paths switched?
no, I didn't,
He
no,
testified for the government as an expert in guns and told the ladies and gentlemen that beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that was an extended magazine.
okay,
So did Detective Stanley, right?
yes,
So did Santino Williams, right?
yes,
Detective Rosser.
okay.
You realize the FBI in all their reports list it as an extended.
I'm going to sustain as to that, as to the FBI.
You have access to the FBI.
This-
I have to ask the question.
Overruled, you can answer.
You are aware, you have access to some of the FBI reports that are during the time that you were involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes,
And you were aware that each of their classifications was an extended magazine, correct?
Overruled.
Correct?
yes,
Okay. So you were on an island by yourself, right, Detective Hughes?
yes,
The way, you don't consider it that way, but everybody else that the government put forth in their case said it's different.
yes.
Are you wrong or are they wrong?
I have my opinion on extended clips.
Exactly. And you're not an expert, right?
No,
So you shouldn't be giving your opinion on extended clips, should you?
Sustained as to that. Ask another question.
You talked about the ammunition. You trained with SWAT, right?
yes,
You carry a certain service revolver or service handgun based on your position, correct?
yes.
That's assigned by the administration, right?
It's my personal,
That's what, it has to be approved by the administration.
yes, it's approved.
If you're undercover, it might be a different type, right?
Yes,
If you're on SWAT, it's a different type, right?
yes,
You have to be qualified and certified in that, right?
yes,
So the chain of command and the higher-ups make that determination. correct?
yes,
They also determine the ammunition, correct?
yes,
An individual on the SWAT team, as Jason Meade, can't pick and choose the ammunition that he wants, correct?
I'm not aware what their SWAT team, but we have two different ammunitions when I was on SWAT, yes,
The two you're allowed to, right?
yes.
Did you follow up with the U.S. Marshals Task Force to see what ammunition they provided?
No,
Did you follow up with the Franklin County SWAT team to see what ammunition they provided?
no,
Okay. But you testified yesterday about the type of ammunition.
yes,
And you realize, though, it's not Jason's choice, correct?
yes.
Now, let's go into the video. If you could bring up the video of, I'm sorry, Carl and States. And if you could use the one that Mr. Shorter, Mr. Merkel used yesterday.
With the circles?
Yes, please.
You got it. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Cook.
Could you get that red pointer?
Yep.
All right. Did you have a hand in making that with the blue circle and stuff?
No, sir.
Is it okay if I inquire from over here, Your Honor? Sure. So I can see, thank you. So, what time are you at there, Ms. Stevens? Okay, if you'll play that. Go ahead. I stop it? All right. Now, the blue circle is
Detective Meade,
Jason Meade.
Jason Meade, yes.
The red circle over to the right, that's Casey Goodson.
Yes,
Can you back that up a little bit, Ms. Stevens? Stop. That car coming in the picture from the left, that's crossing traffic, right?
yes,
You see that, right?
yes,
Okay. Keep going. Stop. That just cleared the intersection, right?
yes, as Casey's pulling up,
As Casey's pulling up, right?
yes,
So you do acknowledge that there's a car, in my client's statement, he said, I saw northbound traffic clearing before the car turned, correct?
Yes.
All right, yesterday you testified to something different. Would that surprise you?
Objection.
Overruled.
I testified that there wasn't a car entering the intersection when he came up to it.
You actually, he asked you a question. Did the car clear the intersection? You said no. You now realize,
Overruled. You have an opportunity for redirect.
you now realize that that's correct. There is a car there that.
Yes.
The statement says it was clearing before Mr. Goodson turned.
Yes.
Objection, that was misstated too.
You have overruled. You have redirect ability.
Now, you testified on direct that you couldn't see into the cars there with anybody waving their hands, right?
I don't recall saying that, sir.
Mr. Schroyer asked you, could you see anybody pointing a weapon in the car or pumping a weapon in the car?
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer.
I don't recall that, sir.
You can't see it, right?
No.
And how far away are these cameras from there?
I never measured, but I'd say at least easily 100 yards, if not more.
Okay, so that's 300 feet or if.
Yeah.
Okay. So no one can see into those cars from here.
No.
Okay. So now, if you'll keep going, Ms. Stevens. Stop it. Okay. Stop right there. A little bit more. A little bit more. Okay. Now, how far do you think the car, Casey Goodson car is from Jason Meade's truck?
It's hard to say.
Can you take a guess? Right next to each other. right?
Objection to guessing.
Overruled. If he knows.
Sir, you've watched a lot of video in this case.
Yes. Yeah.
They're right next to each other, right?
They're passing each other. Yeah. As far as distance, I'd say maybe a car length or a car width, maybe.
It's driver's side to driver's side.
Yeah. Like I said, I can't tell from that angle.
Fair enough. So, in that situation, let's do a car length, okay? So you were Casey Goodson's car, right? To the right. So car width, so maybe right here?
Yeah.
It's driver to driver, right?
Yes.
And Jason Meade's is up higher, right?
Yes.
From that vantage point, someone would have a much better view, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if someone was pointing, if you were in that truck, and if someone was pointing a gun at you, you'd be able to see that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if someone was pointing a gun at you like that, you'd be able to see that, correct?
Yes.
Overruled. So from that vantage point, pretty good, right?
Appears to be, but yeah.
Now, if you back it up, Ms. Stevens. It's right, yep. So right there, if you're the first spot sitting up high, you have a pretty good view there, right?
Yes.
All right, keep going. Stop. Even better view, right?
Yes.
Keep going. Stop. Best view, right?
Yes.
Mr. Korn doesn't have that same view, does he, sir?
No.
And keep going. Mr. Korn's car, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what it's doing as it pulls up.
He's pulling up behind the traffic.
When you pull up behind traffic, do you usually look at the car in front of you so you don't hit it?
I'm aware of pretty much everything when I pull up to the intersection, but most people probably just paying attention to the car in front of them.
You said something very important. You're aware of most everything when you pull up to an intersection because you're trained law enforcement.
Yes.
You're trained to look for things.
Yes.
Right? So civilians going by, Mr. Merkel asked, didn't phone anything in. They're not trained to look at that, right?
No.
Okay. So you would have seen that had you been sitting hypothetically where he was, right?
Yes.
My client in a statement said the car is traveling northbound, right?
Yes.
Waited, and he said Mr. Goodson waited, came to take a left, right?
Yes.
My client was mistaken about, he used the word that Mr. Goodson's car stopped, right?
Yes.
It didn't stop.
No.
It slowed down, right?
A little, yes.
Now, at that time, when Jason Meade made a statement, he has no idea there's a deal, right?
No.
Everything else at that point in time, he's correct, right?
Yes.
Based on your analysis of the video. correct?
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer.
Everything else, he said this thing was correct about that, with the exception of stopped versus slow, right?
Yes.
And I think you're aware that Ryan Rosser, in his interview, says Jason stopped.
Overruled, based on his investigation.
Based on your investigation, you're aware that Ryan Rosser corroborated that Jason stopped to tell him what he had seen, right?
Yes. They also said, I believe he didn't fully understand what was going on.
Absolutely, he testified to that. Ms. Stevens, if you could roll it till there. Stop. Stop. Now, based on your review of that video, it's clear that Mr. Jason Meade is doing a U-turn, right?
Yes.
Probably not for the hell of it, right?
No.
Probably in response to what he saw, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes.
Keep going, Ms. Stevens. Stop it. You see the slowing, right?
Yes.
Keep going. Right? You see there was a pause there, correct?
Yes.
The video confirms what Rosser says, right?
Yes.
It confirms what my client, or Jason Meade says, right?
Yes.
Now, you have to do affidavits, correct? Sometimes?
Yes.
And you do search warrants, right?
Yes.
And when you do that, you go to a judge and you swear that, hey, these are true to the best of my ability, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you did search warrants, right?
Yes.
So when you swear to something, Detective Hughes, you indicate that you believe it to be true, right?
Yes.
That's your fault. Can I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked identifications of Defendant's Exhibit W. Take a look. This is one page of the search warrant that you did on December, I think, was it the 10th?
Yes.
And that's your signature, correct?
Digital, yes.
And before you swore that to a judge, and if you'll read the green portion, sir.
He observed an
You have an opportunity to do a redirect, Mr. Schroyer.
He observed an individual waving a firearm around while driving a vehicle.
And the start of the next paragraph.
The whole paragraph or just
Yeah,
armed individual?
armed individual, right?
Yep.
So you stood before a judge and you said, I believe that those are true, correct?
Yes.
Now, the communications, I think we've hit it, so I'll go very fast with that. I apologize, Ms. Sue. Barnhart confirmed that my client aired what was out, right?
Yes.
And Barnhart and also confirmed what Younglis responded back, right?
Based upon his investigation, if he knows.
Yes.
And based on that, now, you didn't interview Younglis, did you?
No.
And he was at the scene, right?
Afterwards.
He was the leader of that so fast task,
Yes.
right? He was the one giving commands to people, right?
Yes.
You didn't interview him.
No.
On the holster, there was no blood on that holster, right?
No.
And on the gun was swabbed for DNA on the trigger, correct?
Yes.
You know the results of that?
It was one major contributor.
Casey Goodson, right?
I don't think it was ever directly compared to it. I don't recall, but it was done. That was all done by the FBI through the state BCI.
Okay, all right, so you're unaware of this.
Yeah.
But there was DNA on the trigger.
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that cooperation is what your goal is, right?
Yes.
And it's not a coincidence. It just doesn't happen by coincidence, right?
No.
And neither is consistency, right?
No.
Neither is confirmation, right?
Yes.
You verified that, in fact, Jason Meade said in his statement he saw the gun in the right hand, right?
Yes.
It's a right-handed holster, correct?
Yes.
And you verified that Casey Goodson's right-handed, right?
Yes.
The plastic bag at the scene wasn't recovered, right?
Are you talking about the sandwiches?
Not the sandwiches. The sandwiches were wrapped up inside a plastic
Yes.
bag, right? The
Yes.
plastic bag could have been recovered, right?
Yes.
No pictures were taken of it, correct?
No.
The AirPods weren't recovered, right?
No.
Not very good police work, right?
Sustained as to that.
Those were mistakes that were made, right?
Overruled as to that.
Yes.
Jason Meade indicated in his statement that he directed the medics where to go, correct?
Yes.
That was confirmed by the body-worn camera, right?
Yes.
In his statement, he said he was duty-bound, in Jason's statement, he said he was duty-bound to investigate. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And that was confirmed by everyone who testified.
Yes.
Overruled.
In his statement, he said he stopped just outside the gate, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was confirmed for the physical evidence, right?
Yes.
The shell casings being outside the gate, right?
Yes.
You can't be inside the gate, the shell casings won't end up out there, right?
No.
So the physical evidence that has no body, anything like that, confirms he was outside the gate.
Yes.
You also interviewed people at the scene, right?
There were interview stunts. Yeah.
And my client, Jason Meade, in his statement says, I yelled, marshals, police, show me your hands, right?
Yes.
That was confirmed by a witness that was interviewed at the scene, correct?
Yes.
That was corroborated, right?
Yes.
Jason Meade said he fired in a northeasterly direction. That's corroborated, right?
Yes.
If someone pointed, he said on page 8 of the statement, I was in fear for my life, correct?
Page 8.
Second paragraph.
Yes.
I was in fear for my life at the time I fired my weapon.
Yes.
If someone pointed a weapon at you, you'd be in fear of your life, correct?
Absolutely.
It's a real emotion, correct?
Yes.
And if someone pointed a firearm at you, you would respond as you're trained, correct?
Yes.
Fire the weapon at center mass.
Yes.
Page 10, I believe he intended to shoot me and I would be killed. Again, if you were in that situation, you would feel the same way, correct?
In that scenario, yes.
Would a gun being pointed back towards you, you would have that same emotion, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that someone with a gun can still be a threat to you when they're facing away, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me, Detective, that I counted the words in my client's statement, Jason Meade. There's 1,993 words in there. You have no reason to dispute that, correct?
No.
And in that 1,993 words, he missed one word, stopped versus slowed, correct?
Stop. Yes. Yes.
One word out of 1,993 he was mistaken by.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Detective, I just want to back up because this has been brought up many times. Somebody that's facing away from you that has a gun, you said they're a threat.
Yeah, they can be a threat, yes. Yes.
All depends on all the circumstances that you're aware of beforehand or whatever, is why I'm carrying a gun.
Yes.
I walk out of a gun store and I'm walking away from you, am I a threat?
No.
It's because I've not made any overt things that would make you believe that I was a threat.
That's correct. Yeah.
So you can't shoot somebody just for a threat, right?
It has to be, no.
It has to be a deadly threat.
Yeah.
Not only deadly threat, but an imminent deadly threat, that your life or somebody else's life is, that your life or somebody else's life is in peril or serious physical harm, correct?
Correct.
I just, not to belabor this, but when you were talking about the holster, okay, or that you saw,
Yes.
Mr. Collins is like saying, well, Detective Crooms, you had one, didn't fall out or whatever. Wouldn't it depend on what size gun you have?
It can, yes.
I
Yeah.
mean, if somebody's, depending on what make, model he has, whether or not it fits better in the holster as opposed to somebody else that might have a larger weapon.
Yes. Well, my concerns with that holster is retention and somebody pulling it off of me. There's nothing there that keeps the weapon in place.
So because there's nothing there, and especially this type of weapon that we see in this case, it's a fairly large weapon.
Yes. Yes.
A fairly small holster.
Yes.
Let me go back. I guess I'll just start from the beginning. When Mr. Collins was talking about sole witnesses to an event, remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And about whether the case goes forward or doesn't go forward. So if there's a sole witness to the event that makes a statement, isn't that person's credibility needs to be weighed as to whether or not what they're telling you is the truth?
Yes.
So that's what you judge, is the credibility.
Yes.
Right? And you judge that through whether or not they tell the same story, right?
Yes.
Whether or not the events that they claim happened make sense,
Yes.
whether it matches the physical evidence that you as the detective collect,
Yes.
and whether they've changed the story in any way,
Yes.
whether they're accurate in giving us their description of what happened.
Yes.
Right? There's a multitude of things that you do and when evaluating a case. Is that right?
Yes.
And when it comes down to somebody just being the sole witness at the intersection, okay, and being a police officer, you'd expect of them that they know how to write reports, right?
Yes.
Just like what Mr. Collins said to you. You want to be accurate, right?
Yes.
You want to be complete, right?
Yes.
It's not a civilian writing the witness, or writing the witness statement, correct?
That's
We're
correct.
talking about a profession,
Yes.
the occupation being a law enforcement officer,
Yes.
who's written many reports.
Yes.
And a law enforcement officer would know about accuracy, correct?
Yes.
Now, if they didn't know about video, then just like with other witnesses, sometimes you get video and it doesn't match up. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what happens to the statement?
That brings it into question.
It gets changed.
Yeah.
Mr. Collins mentioned about the word stop. That's a pretty big word in this scenario as to what happened at the intersection. Is that right?
Stop?
Yes.
Yeah.
What does
Yes.
stop mean to you?
Wheels are no longer moving.
And when the statement is that the vehicle stopped to wait, what does that mean to you?
Stop to wait.
Yes.
Assuming in this context, wait for oncoming traffic to pass.
Well, stopping, and then what's waiting, sitting there to wait.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
So I guess there's two words out of this that are significant. And then went on to say there wasn't northbound traffic to clear. I mean, is there any question about what this statement means in your mind?
No.
Now let's talk about the, and I'm not sure what was said on the exigent circumstance, but just seeing somebody waving a gun around in a car, okay, or in this scenario, claims his car's passing by him, whether it's true or not, points a gun at him, okay, is that an exigent circumstance?
If the car is passing, the threat is no longer imminent. It's past you. Yeah.
So did that require an exigent circumstance to pursue in that manner?
In that manner, I mean, I would personally, I would still go after that vehicle. Yeah. And
It's not an
investigate.
exigent circumstance.
Without prior information, no. If I had, like said before, we had information, he just committed a robbery, shot somebody, homicide, yeah, that, absolutely.
Homicide, something more than just a violation that you see.
Absolutely, yeah.
Otherwise, what we'd be doing is characterizing any violation that you see in law as exigent circumstances, right?
Possibly.
Yeah, so it's like, you as an officer, you're there to enforce the law, and by times, making traffic stops.
Overruled, just ask a question.
I think when Mr. Collins was talking about whether or not everything that was said in here by Mr. Meade, that's subject to his credibility, whether you believe him. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about Officer Rosser because I want to direct you. Mr. Collins indicated to you that, and the jury can rely on their recollection as to what he testified to. But Mr. Collins said that Officer Rosser said to drop the gun, okay? Are you aware that that he testified to was show me your hands, show me your hands?
I don't know what he testified to, no.
You interviewed him, right?
No, I didn't interview Rosser.
But you reviewed his statement that was made to the team.
Yes.
And you document these statements, correct? Or somebody?
Somebody did, yes, yes.
And just like Penny's body cam, you documented that, right?
Yes.
In fact, you even put in there what was said on the body cam, is that right?
Yes.
It was because that was significant.
Yes.
And you're documenting it for further review,
Yes.
whether the prosecutors or anybody, other law enforcement or whatever. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection, may we approach?
You may.
Any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Now, I'm not quite sure where this was going, but you remember Mr. Collins talking about the door going from right to left?
Yes,
I assume he's referring to the storm door.
yes. I don't know what he's, I assume that's what he's referring to, yes.
And something about no damage to his right hand, and somehow that's consistent with, I'm not sure. Did you understand the question?
I want to understand that he was not shot. He didn't receive any gunshots to his right hand.
To his right hand.
Yes,
And that, not receiving gunshots to the right hand, your right hand would have to be facing I assume where the weapon is? You get gunshots. I don't know what he didn't have any injury to his hands.
no,
Well, if my back was to you and somebody was behind me, I wouldn't get shot in my hand, right?
no,
And in fact, if my back was to the shooter and I'm between glass and a screen, okay, and my hands are in front of me, okay, I wouldn't get injuries to my hand, would I?
no.
You would expect a very well-trained officer that has extensive training and use of fully automatic weapons to be able to follow that training and to be able to use the 3 burst shots. Wouldn't you expect that?
Yes.
Now, when you go to get a search warrant, Mr. Cons, was that, can you hand me
I don't have it.
the exhibit? When you go to get a search warrant, tell the jury how you go about it. Getting a search warrant.
How you go about it, creating?
Yeah, what do you do?
Well, it's statement of facts you present to a judge, depending on what the search warrant's for. It could be for a residence. In this case, I believe it was a cell phone. It could be to get into a car. It could be for property. But it's a statement of facts that gives you probable cause to, like in that case, to get into a cell phone and obtain data.
So you put in facts, things that you've learned from your investigation, saying, Judge, these are the facts that have been presented to us, that have been presented in the investigation, that would lead to us having probable cause to be able to search something.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the verification is these are the facts in the investigation, and they're true and accurate as to what's the investigation review.
Everything known at that time, yes.
Okay, known to you at the time.
Yes.
Right? And then the judge takes a look at it and determines what?
Whether it's valid, have probable cause.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Was this a statement to you telling the world that you believe Jason Meade's story?
No.
Or telling the judge
It's the facts that we had at the time.
the facts?
Yes.
Now, you prepared as being the lead, you assembled all the statements and all the evidence and you put it together. Is that right?
Yes.
And you, in your portion of it, you did write reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did document what you found, the St. Matthias Penny interview.
Yes.
And you did document your reviews of the record, or the body cams, is that right?
Yes.
So there is documentation
Yes.
as to what and you did put it in the file.
Yes.
Now, as far as the letter from the attorney stating that you can call us back or whatever, you did tell your supervisor about this statement, did you?
Yes.
Why was that?
Why did I go to the supervisor? It was just because it didn't match the video. It was concerning.
And are you aware of any other time, maybe you didn't, but are you aware of whether anybody else followed up and asked if they want to get a statement, an additional statement or additional information?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else did. The FBI could have, I don't know.
Or anybody else involved in the case?
Yeah, I don't, it's not documented anywhere.
But what you are aware, there were no other statements made around this period of time when you were on the investigation.
No.
Back to the Penny interview, or the statement made on the porch, and the jury will have the video, I believe, but there was something else asked when Terry Phillips said, I missed the call, what happened? Then he also state, what did he state?
Is there a question here?
I was waiting for him to finish.
What did he?
I don't recall
Did
right
you
now.
ever hear him ask him what happened?
Yeah, it was in there what happened, yeah.
Okay, that's the point. So
Yeah.
the full thing that he asked was what? Terry Phillips.
What happened? Yeah, what took place?
And may have asked this on direct, but let me find the page.
Excuse me.
I think Mr. Collins was asking about whether the physical evidence confirmed. Did the physical evidence confirm that the house was his backdrop?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what do we mean by backdrop?
That's going to be obviously where your rounds are going to end up once they either pass to a person or to pass your target.
And so in this scenario, if the house was my backdrop, where would the exterior of the house be in the backdrop?
It'd been the area right of the door. But yeah, you want a backdrop that's going to be safe. You don't want obviously any people in the back in your backdrop, so you won't have any collateral damage.
Yeah, don't have anything else, thank you.
Any questions as a result of those questions?
Very briefly, Detective, with regards to backdrop, the officer can't control the backdrop with regards to where the suspect is, correct?
No.
And when a gun comes back at you, you don't not shoot because of the backdrop, correct?
Yes.
You shoot or else you'd be dead, right?
Yes.
Let's clear up the bursts. You were never trained by the U.S. Marshals, correct?
No,
We don't know what goes into their training with regards to their service rifles, correct?
I do not.
Okay. And so, again, you're trained, all law enforcement across the country are trained that you shoot until the threat is stopped, correct?
Yes.
So based on your training of burst and then another burst, you personally wouldn't release the trigger until the threat was stopped, correct?
No.
And
Yeah, yes, yes, yes.
I'm not sure, I apologize if I misled anybody on exigent circumstances. Up at the interstate section of Carl and Estates, that is a duty to investigate, correct, by a law
Yes.
enforcement officer?
Yes.
You testified just now to Mr. Short, you would have done the exact same thing in pursuit.
Yes.
Had you believed the person had a gun, seen a gun pointed at you, you would have more information now, right?
Yes.
Once that person gets out of a car and eludes or runs, that becomes an exigent circumstance, correct?
It can, yes.
The injury, you reviewed the coroner's report, correct?
I did.
Yeah. If the door's on my back, right,
Yes.
and the glass was broken, right,
Yes.
and there were shots through the metal portion, correct?
Yes.
There is going to be certain damage to whatever part of the body is in that door frame, correct?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Not gunshots necessarily, but damage from the glass or other stuff.
Yeah, it can. I mean, it can, yeah.
So if the coroner's report said that there was damage to the left elbow, the left side, and damage in that area, the right forearm, but not the right hand, one can use common sense that the hand was outside the door.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct? He overruled it.
No. You can answer questions if you know.
It's hard to say, yeah.
Common sense would lead you to that conclusion.
Let's move on to another question. Not argument.
Detective, one word out of 1,998 words, correct, was incorrect, slowed versus stopped.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you can step down, leave everything there, you can take your bottle of water. Councilwoman? Off the, well, the Our lunch break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to formally express an opinion on the case until it's finally submitted in 1:15, and we'll try and get started at 1:30. Everyone can have a seat.
scene, I can now place scaled human models with supporting evidence in a manner that can explain either what happened or a point in time of what happened. And so the first step along that line is by understanding the injuries from a biomechanical standpoint. As I said, there's the material. We're moving on to defining injuries. And so here what we have is the entrance wounds. And it's important that we focus on the entrance wounds because in this case we've got intermediary objects that those projectiles pass through prior to meeting with Mr. Goodson's body. Okay? And so we can overlay that from a similar camera perspective with the model, and then we can place those entrance wounds on the model, and this now translates what happened in the autopsy room to the model. And the reason we need to do this is we're trying to get three-dimensional coordinates. Okay, what I mean by three-dimensional coordinates is just an X, Y, and Z of where these entrance wounds actually are. Because when we're dealing with that scan, we have all that information. We want to use it to the best of our ability. This is the way that allows us to do that.
So even though the coroner measures from the anatomically correct, from the head down, and depending on what type of measurement they use, you do this to have a more precise, basically like laser amount, or could you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Agreed. I don't know, even though the medical examiner gives numbers, I don't know how it was measured. I don't know what the measuring tool actually was. There's no stated error. Although I know it's present, I don't know how much it is. And so what we found through experience is just doing a visual match like this is more accurate to translate that information to the model in 3D.
Ms. Stevens, if you could go back a frame. So this is an overlay, correct?
Correct.
And then the next one, that's the final overlay.
That's the final overlay. This is the three-dimensional digital model, and we can now move it anywhere we want and look at it from any direction we want.
So that's what you're trying to do, is to create a 3D model that can pivot, turn, and things of that nature.
Correct.
When you model the entrance wounds, which entrance wound, you modeled based on the entrance wounds.
Correct.
Which entrance wounds did you focus on most and why?
Primarily the three lower, and the reason why is because we had matching or corresponding evidence on the scene that would anchor the trajectories to these entrance wounds.
What do you mean when you say anchor the trajectory to those wounds?
Right, so when you're producing a trajectory, you have the muzzle of the gun, and we roughly know where that is based on the shell casings and Officer Meade's statements. But then we need some place to draw that line to. And so the three perforations in the screen door give us a nice line to draw to, and we now have a trajectory for at least 3 shots. The other 3 that were above that, we don't know because there's no anchoring information for those 3 shots.
Now, you can't tell what order those wounds were received, right?
I can't.
Okay. And is it fair to say, because those are the 3 kind of, the 3 went through the door, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're looking at that as a group, meaning those 3. You can't tell if it's shot 1, 2, or 3?
No,
You can't tell if it's bullets 6, 7, or 8?
no.
But do you believe that they were in a group for 6,
Do you mean these 3 were fired in sequence in whatever order?
Yes.
It's possible because in his statement, he said that he flipped.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Basis?
This is an opinion that hasn't been rendered.
I haven't rendered that opinion yet.
Can we?
Oh. Okay, you can approach.
Thank you. May I continue?
Nick?
Doctor, it's a poorly worded question. You reviewed Jason Meade's statement.
Correct.
You reviewed Jason Meade's testimony at the first hearing.
Yes.
So based on that and the wounds that went through, I asked you, are you focused? Why did you focus on the three lower ones?
Because they're anchored to the 3 lowest impacts in the screen door.
If there was a moment in the materials you reviewed that demonstrates the hypothesis we spoke on earlier, what would it be, sir?
That would be this demonstration here at his previous hearing, where he's demonstrating how he saw Mr. Goodson just prior to making the decision to fire.
So now you're taking his written statement that was part of the hypothesis, as well as the demonstration that's part of the hypothesis model.
I did. If you advance the slide, you'll see that I again used an overlay to place Mr. Goodson in that demonstrated position, and we could use that as the hypothesized position.
And again, that's where the 3D comes in, correct?
Correct.
And then so explain the two different photos there, or the 3D.
Exact same position, just viewed from a different camera perspective.
Okay. To give the total situation.
Exactly.
In order to test Officer Meade's statements, you used all relevant evidence, correct?
I did.
Now, what data did you use to build a representative model of the event? And explain to the ladies and gentlemen what this slide is.
What you're looking at here is the FBI scan of the scene, isn't it? And you can see that the things like the fence door got scanned twice in slightly different positions. There's what appears to look like snow. That's just actually missing data points. So we can place rigid bodies that represent the fence and the door and the important aspects of the scene instead of using, thank you, instead of using this messy scan, although the scan gives us the dimensions to drive that additional model. So if you advance the slide, you'll see where we overlay a built model over the actual scan. So the dimensions are the same, but once we reveal it, you can see the key components of it are revealed and the dimensions are the same as they were on the scene.
So because of the scan that was done by the FBI,
Yes,
you're
sir.
able to now recreate the exact measurements in the exact scene that was done with a laser.
Exact is a pretty strong word, but within tolerance.
Okay, that's a great term. What do you mean within tolerance, doctor?
I would say plus minus 4 millimeters.
What other data did you use to build, you just described what we're looking at. The data in the scan was cluttered, and for clarity, and model key components, that's what we're seeing there, right?
Correct.
Okay. What physical evidence in the door did you use to help determine bullet trajectory?
That was these 3 perforations, H2, H3, and H4. Those became very relevant to the analysis.
Why so, doctor?
Because these are the anchor points that I mentioned earlier, from the muzzle of the gun to a point on the scene that we could draw a straight line to.
So is that how an object, let me make sure, is that how bullet holes in a fixed object, like the mesh in the door, help you determine trajectory?
Exactly.
And what principle allows you to reconstruct those trajectories?
The principle is that projectiles over a short distance travel in a straight line.
And what's represented there that are now into the holes?
And so what we've got here is an overlay between the constructed door and the actual scan and the trajectory rods used by the FBI to mark those trajectories. And so even the FBI uses straight rods to determine trajectory. They're making the same assumption.
With those holes, okay, what happens to the spacing of the trajectories as the distance increases from the projectiles, Doctor?
So if we assume, because the firearms are fully automatic, that these rounds are fired in very quick succession, and we assume that the muzzle has little movement, then those projectiles are emanating from a single source. And so they're spreading away at a distance to when they meet this door, at a distance greater than when they left the muzzle, okay? So if we continue into the house, that spreading of that pattern continues to grow. And that's important in this case.
So that's important because those 3 holes, when they enter, show a spread pattern.
Correct.
And the closer a person is to that door, the tighter the pattern will be.
Correct.
The farther a person is away from that door, the wider the spread would be.
Correct.
So if the farther the person gets, the person might not be struck at all.
Correct.
And in this case, there were 6 entrance wounds, right?
There were.
And there were 6 shell casings found, correct?
I should correct that. It's 5 entrance wounds and 1 graze.
So that would denote 6 projectiles.
Yes.
Okay. So again, if I'm not using my fingers right, let me know. So if the spread was this, very close together, it's going to stay kind of in that as it goes past the object.
Correct.
If the spread's wider, the further it goes past the object, the further wider it'll go.
Correct.
And that's why that was important to you, that spread factor in this analysis.
Yes, as well as the elevation factor.
Explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Well, Officer Meade was clearly at a lower, shooting from a lower position level than where Mr. Goodson was standing. And as dictated by the autopsy report, that most of these, if not all of these wound paths were in the upward direction. And so, again, moving further away from the door pushes that trajectory up of where it should land on Mr. Goodson's back. And so the spread, as well as their elevation, keeps Mr. Goodson closer to the door.
And in your analysis, how did you decide, obviously the door wasn't closed when this happened, correct?
Correct.
Because if it was closed when it was happened, that would mean the person would have to be directly away from them inside the yard, inside the gated area.
And I did test for that, but what I wanted to do is kind of do these 10-degree slices to see what would be most accurate. And what I found is if I'm using Officer Meade's statements as hypothesis, and I place Mr. Goodson in that location, that really closed 10 degrees and 20 degrees were inconsequential and quite impossible for him to be in that location.
Why is that, Doctor?
Because the door would be physically in the way. Yeah. And then the other consideration was, let's step it out to beyond 40 degrees. And why didn't we choose 40 degrees or more? Well, that places Goodson on the landing, and I think we can all agree that there's a large vertical difference between where the holes are in the mesh and where those entrance wounds are on Mr. Goodson's pelvic region.
So where did you land on, in your model, and to test the hypothesis, where did you land on putting the door?
We fixed the door at 30 degrees.
And now again, you can't say it's definitely 30 degrees, right?
No.
Could be somewhat less, could be somewhat more.
Correct.
And what additional evidence do you have that suggests the door was open during the time the shots were fired?
Right, there was these photos here that you can see there's a large amount of glass on the outside of the door, and comparing to the amount of glass found on the inside floor kitchen is very little, indicating that when that glass was perforated, that the door was likely open. So it supported that reasoning.
In the next step, I would, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to try to place where Mr. Meade was, correct?
Correct. The next step was to try to understand where Officer Meade was.
And what supporting evidence did you do in that, to try to determine that position?
He estimated that he was between 10 and 15 feet. So again, using his statements as hypothesis, but also allowing for variations in height. The description that I received was in, trying to make himself small, a tactical crouch position, and I wasn't sure what that meant. So I left wiggle room for a kneeling position to that crouch position that you saw along the same trajectory path.
Okay. So
Exactly.
that slide shows a trajectory path at 10 feet, right?
The bridge of his cap here is roughly 10 feet from the door. And then in this image, the muzzle of the gun is 15 feet from the door.
Okay. And so that's an example of how it could be at 10 feet, could be at 15 feet, and it depends also on the height he's at.
Correct.
The taller he is in that scenario, the closer he has to be. Well, if I'm not right.
I'm just trying, I don't believe he has to be closer. It just changes the trajectory after it passes through the mesh.
Okay.
Be a much flatter trajectory the higher he is.
Once you had the scene modeled and scaled, model of Officer Meade in the scene, what was the next step of your analysis?
To look at the supporting evidence, just like we did with the glass. So if you go back one slide, you'll see the supporting evidence that he was likely closer to 12 and a half to 15 feet was this group of casings here that, according to the scale of this diagram, was around 15 feet. And I actually own an AR-15, and with the brass deflector on the on there, it will prevent a lot of brass from going behind. Sometimes it'll kick it forward, but mainly it'll kick it to the side. And so that was also consistent with someone who was firing somewhere around that region, which is where we decided to place Officer Meade in the model.
Now, once you had the scene modeled and you placed the scaled model of Officer Jason Meade in the scene, what is the next step in your analysis?
The next step in the analysis was to use all that information to try to place Mr. Goodson. And so we scanned an area 1 meter by 1 meter that was 20 centimeters outside of the threshold of the door. And by simply rotating and translating in X and Y, and then taking the location of those entrance wounds to the location of the trajectories, we tried to minimize those distances. So in other words, we were minimizing the distance error. That's what that's called.
And if you could explain this slide.
Right, so what this is the results of that analysis. So here, what you're seeing is his lower body, because that's the lower body was the only thing involved in the analysis. And the hips here are at negative 81 degrees from the starting position, roughly 54 centimeters from the hinge of the door towards the right, and then 13 centimeters out the door. And the origin for Mr. Goodson in this model is between his feet. So what we found is he's literally straddling the threshold.
Okay. And in this analysis, okay, you talked about minimizing distance error. And what did the model show when the error was minimized?
What it showed is that Jason Meade's statements saying that he believed Mr. Goodson was at the threshold at the time of these shots.
Basis.
May we approach?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Officer, if you could, based on the data in your analysis, restate what you just said with regards to the analysis in placing the lower body.
Top,
I'm sorry.
from the top? Like where would you like me to start?
Ask another question.
Sue, could you read back the question that I asked? I'm sorry.
Minimizing the distance error, and what did the model show?
It showed that Mr. Goodson was in a location consistent with Officer Meade's statements.
And that's the hypothesis you're comparing it to.
Correct.
Did you evaluate positions where Mr. Goodson was further in the residence?
I did. I wanted to see what the minimum distance error would be if the door was closed. And that pushed him about 20 centimeters further inside towards the kitchen, but still the distance error was larger than if I had him straddling over the ledge of the door.
So you're trying to find a position that stays within that distance error, right?
I'm trying to minimize the distance error.
And the past 20 centimeters inside the kitchen, there's too much distance error.
Correct. It was larger than what it was when he was at the threshold.
So that's why you say the hypothesis of his statement where he puts him is consistent.
Correct.
What did the analysis show regarding separation distances of the trajectories?
It showed that as the distance of Mr. Goodson increased from the door, the distance error increased. So it was getting less accurate as he moved further away from the door.
Overall, then, what did the evidence and the analysis show? Slides 23 and 24.
If you go back one slide, this is all of that reasoning in one image. So we have the door at 30 degrees. You can see Mr. Goodson at the threshold with the position only of his pelvis, not his upper body yet. The door position being supported by the glass shards, the three trajectories, the position of Officer Meade, and where the casings were found.
And that was all consistent with the physical evidence and Jason Meade's statement.
Correct. And if you go one more slide forward, this is the position that Officer Meade demonstrated as previous hearing, and with just one slight change, because we didn't know where the upper body was. And so what we did here was just slightly rotate the shoulders, slightly rotate the head, and reaching out slightly with the right arm to give the impression that Officer Meade described. But everything else is consistent with the reasoning and the analysis and the available evidence.
In your analysis, it has also assessed the orientation of Mr. Goodson's upper body, and why or why not?
Not the orientation insofar as it deviated from Officer Meade's statements, but more specifically its movement. So there's research, Lido in 2012 did a trunk axial rotation study. So that's this direction. And they measured the maximum amount of axial rotation is about 55 degrees in normal people. And they measured how fast you can move through that entire range of motion. And it turned out it was 0.38 seconds. So roughly a third of a second it took someone to move their entire axial range of motion in that direction. Okay? And then comparing that, but it also takes Officer Meade time to realize that there's a threat, to make the decision, pick up electromechanical delay, send the signals from his brain to his muscles, depress the trigger, have it hit the firing pin, or release the firing pin rather, on the primer, and that projectile gets fired out. And that time from Taylor 2021, excuse me, is from 0.38 seconds to 0.86 seconds. So in other words, roughly a third of a second to roughly 3/4 of a second.
Okay. So the first conclusion that you made was based on the model that you built and the evidence there was that it was likely Mr. Goodson's body was inside the house near the threshold of the entrance and that his lower body was orientated as demonstrated by Deputy Meade prior to him.
Correct.
And that is consistent, correct?
Yes.
And that's where the overlay happened and everything in regards to the door, and you cleaned everything out and did that model, correct?
Correct.
What you just told the ladies and gentlemen with regards to the timing of a trunk turning, right? And as well as a reaction time of law enforcement based on studies, that goes to conclusion 2, right?
It does, yes, sir.
And why do you need to examine whether or not it's possible that Mr. Goodson turned away from Deputy Meade between the time that Deputy Meade alleged to have seen Mr. Goodson point the handgun in his direction and when Mr. Deputy Meade discharged his weapon?
The reason that was done is because the entrance wounds on the upper back don't relate well to Officer Meade's statements as he describes him turning back and leveling a firearm in his direction.
Now, and both of those opinions and conclusions are based on a reasonable degree of scientific, biomechanical, kinesiology, and engineering certainty, correct?
I would say conclusion 1 is likely, so more likely than not, and conclusion number 2 is in the realm of possibilities.
So it's in a possibility, the reaction time of those studies that were done of reaction time for law enforcement are in a controlled setting, right?
Correct.
And they know that it's going to happen, correct?
Correct.
So from the time they see a threat to the time they fire, right?
Yes.
And those, the soonest time that they had was how much?
0.38 in that study, Taylor 2021,
And the longer time was what?
was 0.86, and that's in a previously aimed position as described by Officer Meade. That's why we use those numbers.
Okay. So the trained people were anywhere from the 0.36 to 0.8, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the reason, describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury again the study with twisting the torso.
Right. That was more of a biomechanical study, and they wanted to understand how much motion could take place under a given amount of time. And so the instruction was standing with your feet shoulder width apart, arms by your side. We want you to twist fully to your right as far as you can go.
Ronner, is it okay if I have Dr. Demian stand up to demonstrate?
Sure. So the study was this, just standing like this, rotate all the way to the right, snap back all the way to the left, and back to a starting position as fast as you can. And so the velocity that I was looking at is from peak right side torsion to peak left side torsion. And based on that velocity, that movement time took 0.32 seconds.
And because that's within the time frame of the reaction of a trained law enforcement officer shooting, that became possible.
Correct.
Now, you did some reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And you prepared, the first one was dated December 5th, correct?
it was.
Okay. You then prepared a December 8th one, correct?
Correct.
Why the two different dates?
I noticed some typos.
And then that demonstration that you just showed, there's a slide on that. If you could go to that, Ms. Stevens, I apologize. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, back one more. So in this situation, sir, and that's the rotated body increments, right?
Right, this is just looking at the relation of the lower body to the entrance wounds and the trajectories as dictated by Meade's position and the perforations in the door.
And in your first report, December 5th, you talk about all those numbers, but you had the first figure and the second figure. You had plus 60 to the right and minus 120 to the left.
Correct.
And did you then clean up other aspects of the December 5th with regards to, I think at one point you had some trajectories going past the body?
I did.
Why did you take those out in December 8th?
Right, because typically in shooting reconstructions, when a projectile is fired out of a gun, you assume straight line until it hits the object of interest, typically a human. A wound path is formed, and if that wound path is straight, then you can assume that it aligns with the trajectory as fired for the gun. This case is very different in the sense that we've got an intermediary object being the glass as well as the mesh in the screen door. I wouldn't propose that the mesh in the screen door is thick enough or rigid enough to drastically change trajectory, but I would propose to you that with the ammunition that Officer Meade was using, that it would deform that bullet, okay? And if you have a deformed bullet, or worse yet, if it's destabilized, you can't predict wound path. And that's further evidenced by the irregular entrance wounds. Typically, entrance wounds of projectiles are small and round, usually around the diameter of the projectile you fired. But these are all irregular rounds, meaning that they were likely either deformed or destabilized. And so once they enter the body and the viscosity that projectile is experiencing, you can no longer rely on the wound path.
So in this,
May we approach one moment?
may I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
So you reviewed the coroner's trajectory inside the body of the entrance wounds to some of the exit wounds in my house, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say there's some that are kind of more slightly less?
Objection, it's leading.
Overruled. You can
Less
finish your question.
upward than others, right?
Correct.
There's two that are drastically upward, right?
Correct.
What you just explained to the ladies and the jury, when a projectile goes through an intermediary surface, it can impact it and deform it, right?
Deform it and destabilize it, yes.
Destabilize means it kind of wobbles, right?
Correct.
And then when it goes into the body, what you said, based on the substances in the body, it can then directly change a trajectory of the bullet.
It's just less as predictable than if it was completely stabilized.
Okay. So a non-stabilized bullet, would that potentially,
I'll be leading. It's leading.
Overruled.
would that potentially explain the different heights in the trajectory here in the corners? Because the corner's going from.
Objection.
Would you like to ask, would you like to ask the question?
Stop. Both of you, stop. Overruled. Ask the question.
You just explained how when a destabilized projectile that's been impacted, as these were here, all 6 projectiles, enters a body, that can then, the substance of the body can change the trajectory forward.
I'm going to object again, Your Honor. May we approach on this?
No, you can't on this one. He relied upon the coroner's report so he can testify about the coroner's report.
I don't want to do a,
We'll let you do it. You have the ability to cross-examine.
So I would say that, I'm not saying it was destabilized. I would offer that it was likely deformed, possibly destabilized. And when you have a bullet in that condition, it makes the wound path less reliably along the approach trajectory, if that makes sense.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay. And then back to the conclusions. Oh, I'm sorry. Sir, what is your conclusion within a reasonable degree of professional engineering, mechanical, biomechanical certainty with regards to Mr. Goodson's position in the doorway?
It is likely that Mr. Goodson's body was inside the house near the threshold of the entrance and that his lower body was oriented as demonstrated by Deputy Meade during a prior hearing.
And with regards to the position after the start of the discharge, what is your conclusion on that, sir?
It is possible that Mr. Goodson turned away from Deputy Meade between the time that Deputy Meade alleged to have seen Mr. Goodson point a handgun in his direction and when Deputy Meade discharged his first shot.
Doctor, thank you so much. That's the end of my initial cross. I'm sure the defense will have some questions for you, or the prosecution.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to formally express an opinion in the case until it is finally submitted to you.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. What's your objection, Mr. Schroyer?
Your Honor, we were
Provided to you on December 11th, 2021.
To clear up typos.
Attached, please find this mailing.
I'll give you a break, don't worry.
I sent that to you December 11th.
so it just had typos.
You're in British Columbia?
Yes, sir.
Here, you asked
We took a trip down the Fraser River, whitewater rafting, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I haven't even done that.
Lived there my whole life, saw a ton of it. What's your objection?
I placed my objection on the record. We're getting into his opinions as to whether or not there could be a deflection of the bullet or the traveling of the bullet, the trajectory of the bullet in an extreme upward position. I don't believe it's in the report.
You have the ability to cross-examine
I
him.
understand that there was additional opinions that Dr. Damelin was giving. I mean, he's given them because he was asked. Defense counsel had never provided that to us.
Your Honor, what you had asked to cover on the break was that up at sidebar, Mr. Schroyer indicated that we didn't send him the December 8th report. Ms. Stevens just showed him that we sent them on December 11th the December 8th report with an email that says attached, please find the December 8th report because there were some typos in the first one. So that's what you had asked us up there, correct?
Correct.
I'm aware of no objections that, other than that's what I was to address, correct?
Oh, there was an objection to that.
There was an objection, and he wanted to approach, as he always does, and, you
You
know,
overruled it.
I didn't, I said, he has the ability to cross-examine, and we put it on the record.
Objection.
Overruled.
Strike.
15 minutes.
All rise.
Yeah, I've been to, when they had the expo in Vancouver.
86, oh wow.
That was a long time ago.
It sure was. GTD.
Would you let him know he's free to walk around?
Goodson would have had to been at least up in the threshold of the house,
Yes, sir.
not on the porch.
No, sir.
Because you would agree, wouldn't you, that I'm just trying to set some parameters here so I don't waste time.
Sure.
If he was on the porch, nothing works, is that right? As far as.
Agreed. Agreed.
Now, let's move on to how you did your modeling. Let me put this up. You said you used some type of scan to scan. What are you scanning?
I didn't do the scan, the FBI did.
Okay, I meant when you were scanning the corners photograph to make your model a case.
Oh, the overlay.
The overlay. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
that's okay.
So what type of program do you use for that?
That's a program called Blender.
And that's one that I can purchase or use off the internet, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Anybody can use Blender.
If you're proficient, yes.
And I'm going to bring up, and I don't know if this is, I think yours would come up better because I think it's color, but if we just could bring up the portion where you did the overlay, I think that would be, I'm sorry.
Can you switch it to?
Yeah, maybe I do have it here. Bring up the one that you had, because I don't think that was in my packet. Just the overlay.
Which overlay are you talking about, Mr.
The
Schreier?
overlay where he's making the one before that, of the body. There we go. That's what I'm asking for. So this is where you use the Blender program, and is that the photograph that you got from the coroner's office?
Correct.
Would you, if I could grab your pointer there, and I think you've got one up there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's.
That's the strong one.
That's strong. I'll let you use the strong one.
Okay, sure.
So can you explain to me, again, what you do? You take the photo and you lay it down, and then you use the Blender to outline the body?
No. So there's an add-on package to Blender called Human Generator. Human Generator allows you to develop humanoid models. And so what we're doing here is I place a scaled humanoid model over top of the imported image. So that image is in Blender. I can generate the model that's 6 foot 2 inches, and then put it in a similar position that we see Casey here now, and match the cameras as best as possible, and then go to place the entrance wounds on the model as they are overlaid and can be seen transparently through the image.
And I like that, and you use the term best as possible, is that right?
Yes.
Because it's not, what, is this the outline of the, what is this?
Yeah, what you're seeing there is disparity between Casey and the model, and you'll see it's roughly equivalent on both sides, but there is some disparity there. These models are very accurate in stature, but then you have to modify them for skinniness, if you will.
Okay. And what did you use in developing this model? Is it the outline that we see here, the shaded part, in which this battery just went dead? Oh, there we go. Was it the shaded part here?
Primarily the shoulders and the hips.
Pardon me?
Primarily the shoulders and the hips
Or what? That's what you,
are aligned.
okay. Well, and I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what I'm looking at when I'm looking at your slides.
Sure.
I mean, fair enough. Okay.
Understood.
So what we're looking at would be the model of Casey follows this line right here. Is that right?
Correct.
This up here, okay? And then you see here the shoulders out a little bit. You see the outline of the outside of you see the hand there. So that's what you're calling that's what you're using as the model of Casey in your slides, right?
Correct.
So it is kind of a thicker, wider body. It's actually quite a bit, would you agree?
Pardon me?
As far as the stature here, as far as across, that's fairly significant, isn't it?
Well, we've done some research on that, and I can say that in stature,
You asked him a question, Mr.
did say
Schroeder, let him
stature.
answer.
You asked me about stature, and in stature, I can tell you that if the measurement of his stature is accurate, the model's within 1% of that stature.
Your Honor.
Over,
You can repeat the
Talk about
question.
building a model, okay?
Okay?
So what you would agree with me that this model is not really that accurate as far as the way Casey looks.
I would disagree.
All right, well, at least what we can agree on is that it's this shaded part, so the jury understands, okay, what we're looking at, and it's not the exact thing that the photograph from the coroner's office.
Correct.
Now, then you used that model that you had, and then you started to put the bullet wounds on it, is that right?
Pardon me?
You used the model that's not exactly like it is in the photograph, okay, right?
Using the model for,
Yeah, the photograph doesn't look the same as your model.
correct, there's some disparity.
Yeah. And you use the model then, and you then place the bullet holes on the model.
The entrance wounds on the model, yeah.
Okay. And how did you determine where to put the entrance wounds on the model?
Visually based.
Okay. And so you didn't take Dr. Shepler's measurements, or did you?
Use that as a guide. As I explained in direct, it's very important to understand that in the autopsy room, even though there's a number being given, I don't know, let me answer, please, sir.
That wasn't my question. We'll get to that. Okay.
No, Your Honor, may he answer the question?
He's going beyond my, he had answered my question.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
may continue.
We'll get to that. I just didn't want to.
Your Honor, I asked the witness to answer the question.
It's answered. Ask another question.
Oh, could we put that back up there? Okay, so, I was just getting to, we'll move forward on that. But, so, you did use, I guess I was a little confused on direct, but you do use Dr. Shepler's measurements from the autopsy report.
As a guide, I don't know what the error of those measurements are.
Well, error in, what are you saying is?
Is it repeatable? What instrument did she use? Was it a soft tape measure? Was it a rigid ruler she held against the body? All of those things matter, and I would imagine it would give me plus minus 2 inches if someone was to change those instruments or have a repeated measure. But I don't have that information.
Well, she had him down as 6'2", okay? Do you think that height is wrong?
That's not what I'm saying. I think 6'2" can also be measured in other ways, and I believe it was on his, in other medical records, but I did take 6'2" verbatim. But what I've found through doing many of these is that a visual overlay allows the pattern to be represented, in my opinion, more accurately. But that can't be validated. I don't know what her error is, and But I know that the positions of a flat gurney are also different if somebody's contorted or twisted. And so I need to make sure that visually they're in the same spot in those proposed positions in the model. And that's what's important when I translate that information from what happened in the autopsy to the model.
So, what did you use her measurements for?
As a guide,
And in what way?
where it was generally located on the body.
And then you're saying that then you visually then try to place the wounds on your model then, so that you visually try to place these?
Correct. And let me give you an example.
Wait, just another question.
Okay.
So you're taking this, first of all, you're taking this model that's much wider than Casey. Okay, the legs aren't even close, would you agree? Would you agree to that? Would you agree this isn't even close?
There's disparity there.
It's quite a bit disparity, isn't it, Doc?
I would have liked to have more time, but I'm not blaming on that. I'm just saying that there's disparity there, yes.
What do you mean more time? You didn't have enough time to do this report?
This was very, very quick.
Okay, and did you write the report or did somebody else in your office?
I wrote the report,
What did you have somebody else work on it?
of course.
Okay. And who is it that developed this overlay? Was it you?
This was Mark Nolette,
So it wasn't you?
under my direction.
Well, what does that mean, I guess, under your?
It means I need an overlay with where the entrance wounds are located so we can get the three-dimensional coordinate systems so we can track them over that space during the analysis.
So you weren't the one that visually put these on here, were you?
No, sir.
Who else worked on this in your office?
Dr. Ted Milner,
Okay. And who is he?
he's an old professor of mine, actually, now works for me.
And when you didn't have enough time to do this, did you review this report after it was
Of course.
done?
I was reviewing it every step of the way.
In fact, you signed off on this.
I did.
Okay, so you saw this
I did.
and you didn't correct it.
When we stand Casey up,
Mr. Schroyer, you asked the question, let him answer.
can you repeat the question? Sorry.
I said you didn't correct it.
Because I was taking the model holistically. So for example, this is where it started, but you stand Casey up, you start to move him around, and the geometrical pattern between these were consistent with what I was seeing in the autopsy report. But let me just give you a quick example.
It's answer.
Okay.
Question answer.
Sure.
Okay. So I guess let's look at this, what we call the tangential wound. Okay. You have it somewhere here entering the back, right? Okay.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And you would agree that these are all back to front, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that there's a slightly upward for these three,
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay. And that back to front, right to left, is slightly upward. All of them, all the wounds are the same. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there's commonality among the wounds.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we see the tangential wound here. We've got it extending past the coroner's photograph of Casey, and it extends way out here. Okay, is that correct?
No. The purpose of this is to get this location here, which would have been what I would call first contact.
Okay. Let's, so we've at least established, I'm just trying to establish, Doctor, and would you agree with me that I should establish as to what we're really looking at here? Is that okay?
Sure, can I explain one thing that I've been trying to explain?
There's my question to you right now.
Okay.
Let's move forward on this to, I'd like to know what the other people that worked on this with you, what their role was. What was their role? Give me their names.
Ted Milner, Dr. Ted Milner?
Does his name appear anywhere in your report?
No, sir.
Okay, what's his name?
Dr. Ted Milner.
What type of doctor is he?
He's a physicist.
What's a physicist?
He has a PhD in physics, and he applies it to the human body.
Okay, is he full-time with you?
No, sir.
He's what? Just
He's,
assist?
I'd say about half-time, yeah.
Half-time? Okay, so you just call him in on special cases?
No, we work regularly together.
Okay. And who's the other person?
Mark Nolet,
What's Mark's, how do you spell his last name?
Nolette, I believe.
And what's Mark's qualifications?
He has a master's degree in kinesiology and an undergraduate in engineering.
Okay, and is he full-time with you?
Yes, sir.
Was there anyone else that worked on this?
No, sir.
Now, you said you've been very busy, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you testify a lot, don't you?
Not testify in trial, but a lot of reports.
Yeah, reports and depositions.
Correct, but they're not as often as you might think.
Okay, all right. Now, when you do these types of analysis, you do it for civil cases, is that right?
Civil and criminal.
Yeah. And when you're doing analysis, it doesn't matter whether it's a criminal or civil case, does it?
It doesn't matter to me, no.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter to any of you experts whether it's a civil or criminal. You can work on both, right?
The science is the science, is how I would see that.
Yeah, it's the same.
Should be, yeah.
In fact, you do a lot of civil work.
I'd say the majority is civil, yes.
Now, we'll get to the main part, but let's just kind of move forward a little bit too. I was a little confused, or maybe, but we were talking about, Mr. Collins was acting like, well, why didn't you look at the shots in the upper back? Okay. Well, you did look at them, didn't you?
Describe, look at.
Well, you placed them on the model, or did you place them on the model here?
Correct.
Okay. So you did take that information and add it onto the model?
Correct.
And,
But I should add, I didn't track their coordinates or anything like that.
yeah, I understand. Were you asked not to track the coordinates?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you asked to track any of the coordinates
No,
from anybody?
no,
So you were just given the project that said run with it?
yes.
So who do you think spent the most time on this? You, Ted, or Mark?
I'd say me.
You did?
I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of projects. I haven't memorized how many hours everyone put in.
Before coming here, were you very familiar with this case?
Yes,
Now, you're hired, is that right?
correct.
And like all civil, criminal experts or whatever that come in, and you're paid for your time, is that right?
Of course, yeah.
And how much time hours do you think you had in this project?
This was probably, it's got to be in the over 100 hours.
Well, what do you mean probably? Do you know how many hours you've had in this? your team, or whoever it is, Mark and Ted and you.
Yeah, altogether, I would estimate there's probably 100+ hours.
Right? You don't, what do you charge to put together
Yeah, I charge $325 an hour.
$325 an hour? So, have you been compensated for your time?
I received a retainer for this file, but I don't believe I've received anything else.
Or have you billed it?
Yes,
You did bill,
yes, sir.
but you have not been paid yet?
I don't believe so.
So you have, who does your billing for you? You?
That would be me.
Okay, so you know what the total hours are on this?
I believe it's over 100.
Well, but you submitted a bill. Do you recall the number of hours?
I don't recall the number of hours, no.
Now, you charge for your time too, coming to court.
Of course.
And how much do you charge for court time?
I believe in this agreement, it was $550 for trial testimony.
An hour?
Yes, sir.
And what about travel? Because you came from Canada, right?
Yes, I did.
Travel?
$325.
And that's $325 an hour?
Yes, sir.
That's why you're sitting on the plane?
Yes, sir.
From doorstep to doorstep?
Portal to portal is what we call it.
Okay. And there was a prior, you had a hearing that you were going to testify in, but it didn't happen. You were going to do it by Zoom. You remember?
I don't recall.
But if you did Zoom testimony, does that count as far as in court?
I believe it does.
Now, are these all your employees that you have at GTD Scientific?
No, I also have an admin assist,
What's that?
just someone who is not trained in engineering that can help me with the day-to-day.
Is that person full or part-time?
Used to be full-time, now they're part-time.
Okay. Now, let's get back to, I guess, you didn't do any analysis involving the upper back wounds. That's correct, isn't it?
Just with respect to movement, not orientation.
Oh, okay. Movement, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I should clarify. Not specific orientation, but the actual movement to go from what Officer Meade states he saw to be able to receive projectiles in the manner that he did in his upper back.
So the bullets, those three, they all entered the back, okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they all exited the front.
Correct. I believe one exited more of the side, but in general, we're,
Three in the mid-back.
I believe the upper left one didn't enter the thoracic cavity. It broke rib 4 and 5, but continued on, so it's more of a side shot, but,
What do you mean? Are you saying it entered the side?
yeah. Here, let me just, didn't enter the side. It entered the back, but did not enter the thoracic cavity. Yeah, autopsy wound number 3, left back to left lateral chest, that's the one.
The photo. You're talking about which bullet wound are you referring to?
Left, it's autopsy wound number 3, and I was incorrect about rib 4, 5. It's left rib 9 and 10, but does not enter the thoracic cavity.
Okay. But it comes out the front.
I don't believe so.
Well, I'll show you a photograph and we'll see what the coroner has got them all exiting the front of his body. Go to the,
Maybe a coach? I mean,
Basis,
No speaking objection.
Doctor, I don't know, maybe I was confusing. Are you referring to the exit wound is what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So the exit wound that we're referring to would be the one that was more,
Left lateral chest.
yes, okay, all right. Yeah, let me show you what was previously marked.
We can publish it.
The 6-0. Are you talking about wound number C?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay, so now you said in direct examination, when Mr. Collins was asking you, he asked you about those upper wounds, and I wrote down as fast as I could, but you said, yeah, the upper back don't relate well with what Mr. Meade said happened. Do you remember that? My question was, do you remember that?
I don't, but what I'm referring to is his recollection at the time they made the decision to fire, what he saw.
So you're saying, and then you went on to say, well, within a realm of possibilities. You remember using that term, realm of possibilities?
Not out of context. Can you put it in context for me?
No. I don't have the transcript here in front of me, but you don't recall saying that.
I recall saying that, I just don't remember the context.
Well, let's talk about you being a scientist.
Okay.
Okay? And scientists, they operate in the field of certainty, don't they?
Correct.
I mean, after all, up here, you've testified like, man, I use this blender and the corner can't measure right, so I use my own measurements and things along those lines. So you talk about certainties. You want, don't you, in your field?
Yeah, and there's different levels of certainties. So in the research realm, it's typically 95% certainty. Reasonable engineering certainty is around 50%. Possibility would be a wider gap than that.
Well, possibility, anything's possible, isn't it?
Not everything's possible, but there's a lot included by the word possibility, yes.
As a scientist and stuff, you don't rely on possibilities, do you?
I'm just saying if there isn't evidence to refute that information, then it falls within the realm of possibilities. That's probably what you're speaking to.
Which means you can't say.
Which means you can't reject it.
Yeah, you can't say one way or the other is what you're saying.
I don't have the evidence to be any more precise,
Then what? Saying it's just possible.
that I can't reject it.
What's that? You can't reject it, meaning?
I mean, there's no evidence to refute it.
Okay. So you can't put, and you don't put, well, all right. You indicated in your opinion possibilities, but what is realm of possibility? Is that a different standard of proof or understanding as to what's happened here?
No, I'm referring to the same.
Realm of possibility is the same as it's
But there's
possible.
no evidence to refute it, and so therefore it's possible to have occurred.
But that's normally not the standard you, as being a biomechanical engineer, rely on, do you?
For research publications, in what context?
Well, you can't rely on anybody's opinion that says it's in a realm of possibility, can you?
If,
You're trying to, in this case, you're trying to determine what happened here and whether he's telling the truth and things like that. You can't rely on the realm of possibility, can you?
well, let's go back to the scientific,
No, you asked the question, Mr. Schroeder, let him answer.
Wasn't answered. Go ahead.
You didn't give him an opportunity.
let's go back to the scientific process. We come up with a hypothesis. In this case, Jason Meade's statements with respect to what happened. Now, if I test against that and I can't refute it with all available evidence, and in this environment, the evidence is limited, then we can't say that what he's saying did not happen.
Or that it did happen.
That would be the other side of the coin, yes.
Right, so you don't know.
I can't refute it.
Okay. Now, let's move forward in your report. And by the way, that relates to not only the shots in the back, but that relates to your possibility opinion as to whether or not there had been any twisting or anything. Isn't that true? Because you used possibility for that as well. But did you use possibility for that opinion?
With respect to the upper body, yes.
You're saying your opinion, that your second opinion here,
Correct. It's possible.
it's possible.
Correct.
Are you saying possible is different than possibility?
No, they're the same in this context.
Okay. And I think what you said was it is possible that Mr. Goodson turned away from Deputy Meade.
Correct.
It's also that it might not have happened, correct?
With the upper body, I don't know.
Well, I'm talking about your conclusion here. You're talking about the lower. Your conclusion didn't deal with the upper body, correct?
Conclusion number 2 did.
You're saying conclusion number 2 dealt with the upper, or dealt with the holes in the holes in the center of his back?
Yes, in respect to that there was enough time between Officer Meade recognizing the threat.
Asking you to explain
Mr.
your
Schroeder, you've asked the question, he's trying to answer it. Stop interrupting him.
All right, I didn't ask him to explain what it is. I'm asking you, your conclusion number 2, you said the only thing that you evaluated in this case were the lower shots.
No, that's not what I said.
I will refer you, do you have your report up there?
Yes.
Okay, go to your conclusions.
Okay.
Okay. And you said there that it is possible that Mr. Goodson turned away from Deputy Meade between the time that Deputy Meade alleged to have seen Mr. Goodson point a handgun in his direction and when Deputy Meade discharged his first shot.
Correct.
Is there anything in there, because your whole report deals with saying you can't do anything with the upper shot, your whole report's dealing with these 3 lower shots,
No.
no? Where in your report, you direct me to where it is. So if
Let's
I'm
go to page 28 and 29. So Just start at figure 14, which is Officer Meade demonstrating what he said he saw. And then in the last paragraph, I get into the axial rotation research. I point out that it takes approximately 0.38 seconds to move through maximal trunk rotation on the subjects that they tested. And then below that, I speak to Taylor 2021 that looks at an aiming officer enabled to recognize a threat and respond to it takes anywhere between 0.32 seconds and 0.86 seconds. So that's dealing with the upper body.
Where did you put in here it's the upper body? Show me in your report.
Trunk rotation, sir.
The upper body.
That's not the pelvis. Trunk rotation is rotation around the spine like I demonstrated during direct.
Okay, well, I'd like for you to
I can demonstrate it again if you'd like.
turn to page 27 of your report.
I'm there.
Can I have the Almo, please? I'm sorry, I'm going to cover up some of this. It's got some of my notes in it. Now, sir, that's where you were discussing trunk rotation, isn't it?
No, this is pelvic orientation.
Do you have any diagrams of the trunk rotation in here?
There is actually.
Which should direct me to where that is?
That would be figure, well, if you look at figure 13, just the image after that, that gives you a neutral look at the trunk or the torso. I'll wait for you to put it up.
Yeah, what one were you speaking to?
Figure 13.
Figure 13. This is
Yeah.
what I have. Let me put it up there.
Yep. And so what we're seeing here is the neutral upper body. Okay? So this is just essentially placing that upper body on the pelvis that was just determined through the analysis in figure 12. And then if you compare figure 13 with figure 11, go back to figure 11, you'll notice that there's a very large difference in the trunk orientation.
You didn't discuss that in your report, did you?
There are images in the report.
But the images were placed in the report because you were discussing these lower shot trajectories, weren't you?
We just went through the research that I pointed to.
Sir, the images A and B deal with the lower shot trajectories in your
I'm sorry, can you just start from the beginning so we don't step on each other?
an A and B
Okay?
report. These photos are in there because you show the lower shot trajectories going through the body.
Is that a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
What's the question?
They show the lower shot
Do they
trajectories
show
through
the lower
body.
shot?
No, that was one of the typos that I corrected in.
Sir, can we approach? He's using the wrong report.
Yes, you may.
So,
Mr. Schroyer, I believe you're using a certain report that the doctor up here is not using.
okay. Doctor, what was the difference between your report of December 4th and the report that they claimed there were typos in?
Well, with respect to that figure, since we're on it, figure 13 in the December 5th report shows the trajectories passing through Goodson, and in figure 13 of the December 8th has them stopping at the entrance wounds or first contact.
Okay. Well, we do know that none of those bullets, two of them didn't make it through the body, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. And the other one passed through because it was the graze wound, correct?
Correct.
So that doesn't really affect, was there any other material things in this that, as far as typos?
Yeah, in figure 12, the plus 60 and minus 120 degrees were reversed, so I changed those. There may have been some minor grammatical things, but I don't recall. And in figure 4 of both reports, the image for wound 5 and wound 6 should be reversed. So,
In figure 4?
correct.
All right. So now, we probably both forget what the question was, okay? So we're going back to, let's talk about, since you're in that portion of the about the turning.
Sure.
And like I said, all this is, we've already gone through that they're just possibilities, but the Taylor study, okay? That was a study that was done by, actually, it was Lewinsky involved in the Taylor study?
No, sir.
Lewinsky wasn't?
No, sir.
So in the Taylor study, now that's a study where they actually do it in a controlled setting. Isn't that
Yes.
true? And the controlled setting is, and they had a number of officers from all walks of life be in that study.
I'm not sure what you mean by all walks of life.
Well, different ages, different experience.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And you remember how many participated in the Taylor study?
I don't recall the number.
Do you remember what any of the margin of error in the Taylor study?
I believe the stated range was the range of the candidates that had participated. So the .32 to .86 that we discussed was the range with a mean.
What, or are you just assuming that's what it was because it's a study? Are you aware of any type of margin of error involved in the study of the Taylor study?
I don't recall him discussing that.
You recall what they did in the Taylor study?
Yeah, it was in a virtual reality room where they were watching a screen. They were given specific information, and they weren't told whether it was going to be a shoot or no shoot decision, but they got them to hold their firearm in 3 different orientations. So one was low ready, one was kind of low ready, and then the other was aiming.
But are you sure they had a high ready?
Yes, they had an aiming, actually, quote.
Okay. And so what you put in your report here,
Was the aiming data.
okay, so, and isn't it true, let me see. So isn't it true that the speeds on this were that the much more experienced officers were shooting a lot faster than the inexperienced officers, weren't they?
I don't recall that, but I do know there was a decision that needed to be made. So after 6 seconds, the person either revealed a cell phone or they revealed a firearm.
And there is a difference in speed between somebody that said, let me explain to the jury, high ready would be somebody having the gun up on the target, aiming, either finger on the trigger guard or ready to shoot.
I would say, I believe the positions were low ready, high ready, and aiming.
So aiming is what I call.
Yes.
So that's what. So, and it is true that in this study, okay, the officers that were at the ready with their finger on the trigger were much faster than the low ready.
I don't know what you mean by much faster, but the data was quicker, yes.
All right, well, let's move on. Move on. So I want to try to get to your so you've got Mr. Goodson. I'd like to, this is what was provided to us yesterday, okay? I think it looked a little bit different today, if I could. Okay. And I think you testified on direct that you put the door, what, at different degrees?
The idea was to test it at various positions, so I just chose closed 10, 20, 30, and maybe 40, but once we started using the hypothesis, then placed him in that location, it was clear that closed 10 degrees and 20 degrees weren't going to work. Even though I did eventually test for closed, I wanted to try to reason where we should place the door. And so if he's on the threshold, 30 degrees is the only thing that's going to work, because as we push the door out to 40, then he has to be on the landing, which we all know doesn't work.
It doesn't work on the landing.
No, sir.
Now, this is the threshold here, is that right?
No, I would consider the threshold the,
You got your pointer? Maybe
Yes.
show me this drawing.
I would consider the threshold the inside of the door there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I couldn't tell just because of how bad my copy is there. So this is closed, so that would be the threshold, where it says closed across. So you have 1 foot inside the house. Then you have, do you know the distance between that foot and this foot?
Well, hang on. This is just the hypothesized position as demonstrated by Officer Meade, not based on our findings.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
But did you, the hypothesize, what from all your data that you got was that the hypothesized Mr. Meade's was 1 foot was in and 1 foot was out?
On the threshold as described, yes.
Well, but this foot's not on the threshold, is it?
No, sir.
You got 1 foot on the porch, you got 1 foot on the threshold.
No, I never said that. So what could be, I mean, this is obviously a dynamic situation, and so what you're looking at is a still image, and you might think, oh, he's standing with 1 foot in the air, 1 foot on the landing, but there's obviously movement involved. And so he could be transitioning from the landing into the house, vice versa, we don't know.
Okay, so, and so I understand. Are you saying that this is the position that Casey Goodson was in when Casey?
No, this is a representation of Officer Meade's statements.
Okay, all right. And just one other thing, the position where Officer Meade would be somewhere, where on this side?
Off to the bottom left, through the fence.
Through the fence? This way?
Yeah, I would say more, yeah, more of that
You
direction.
think it's all the way down here?
I think it's past, actually.
You think it's past that?
It's probably down by that door handle.
Well, what's the dimension between, let's say, the threshold here and to wherever this point is down here?
I have those dimensions, and they're all in the model. It's a standard 32-inch wide door. There's a few inches difference between what we're calling the threshold in the kitchen floor. But that all depends on where you choose the origin. Is it with respect to the scene or with respect to Goodson? Those are all engineering considerations.
Well, never to say, but his hand and arm are not pointing over here, is that correct?
I see what you're saying. It's not doing this. I agree.
In fact, it's pointing out in the yard. Isn't it?
Yes.
Pointing in this direction, towards the opposite direction of where Mr. Meade would be.
Sure.
Okay, so this is what you thought your hypothesis was, is what Mr. Meade's rendition is, as to the position Mr. Goodson was in when he fired.
But you got to remember it's dynamic. So what I read in Jason Meade's statement was that he believed Goodson was leveling the gun. So what could be happening here is the gun is kind of sweeping back in this direction. Okay? I don't know that. But I don't believe someone fires a gun kind of with the door jammed into their armpit and trying to fire like that. I don't think that's ergonomically feasible.
Right. So, and nor is it ergonomically feasible that somebody could twist their hand around the corner of that at that 30-degree angle of that's ergonomically could not happen. You agree? Well, he's got his wrist to the back of the storm door, unless he's double jointed or something. How's he get he can't get his hand around that storm board, correct?
Remember, this is how he demonstrated in court without a door present. And then we did the analysis, and you'll see in the analysis, he's much closer to the 30-degree door and has that ability, or is closer to have that ability.
Just so when we're going through this, on page 26 of his statement, he says that, on page 5 of his statement, he said, he looked in my direction while lifting his right arm back towards me, raising and leveling the barrel. Okay? Then he described in 2 spots. Do you remember? He described this in 2 spots in his statement?
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. And on page 10 in his statement, he said he quickly turned his head and torso right in my direction. So he's looking at him to confirm my location, while suddenly to raise his right arm back. I saw he was still holding the gun, and then he goes on to say, raising the barrel upwards in my direction. Okay?
Okay.
So he's described that the barrel of the gun is pointing at him in his direction. Is that right?
That's not how I read that. I read it as a dynamic movement, that it was kind of more sweeping like this.
Okay. But you do agree that at least what you thought his rendition was, he's not pointing at the gun at if Mr. Meade was over here, he'd be pointing it out to yard.
You're looking at the wrong image. Let's take a look at figure 11, and that'll make,
Okay, what page is that?
that's page 26. Because that's just, us taking that overlay
I
from,
don't have 26 pages. 26 page on your report or in your?
yeah, in the report,
Slides.
figure 11,
Okay.
page 26.
Ms. Stevens, is it okay, Your Honor, if Ms. Stevens puts it up?
Okay. Now, this one wasn't in your slides, right?
No, I believe it was.
Okay, yeah, okay. But I was looking on my page. Let me grab, here, I got it here.
There you go.
Well, if you could bring it up, that'd be fine.
Right.
Okay, now, I just got a question for you on it.
Sure.
Okay. So is this, just so I understand, so is this the positioning is the position that you say Jason Meade said he was in?
Correct.
And what you've got there, are you saying that that door in this diagram here is at a 30 degree?
It is.
Okay. And what's this down here in the bottom here? What is that blue thing right there?
Looks like his
Shoe.
shoe, yeah.
Okay. So he's kind of floating in air right there, is that correct?
As I say, it's dynamic. He could be transferring from the landing inside. We don't know.
But you have him not only transferring into the landing, but you have him up here in the air transferring in the landing, correct?
No.
Now, you do body motion kinetics. You got the left foot on the threshold. You've got his head, where is this? His face against the door jamb?
It's looking backwards as described.
What about the front of his chest? Is he up against the door jamb of the door?
It's close.
Okay, and so was he in the house and then turned this way? Because he'd have to maneuver around that door jamb, right?
Not if he's just entering.
So he's entering with that close to the door jamb? He's entering into the house?
That's how I believe the inside door operates, yes.
Well, when you were there, didn't you look at the inside door?
I didn't visit the scene.
Oh. You never went to the scene?
No, sir.
So you don't know really, in reality, in real time, what that looks like in there, do you?
No, I was judging my opinion based on the scans and the images.
Hold on. You previously testified more about accuracy and everything along those lines. Do you go to scenes
Sometimes.
when it's important?
When I'm asked to.
You weren't asked to go to the scene?
No, sir.
Okay, but you're the expert. Did you say, hey, maybe I should look at the scene on this one?
I didn't.
You agree you should have gone to the scene?
Usually scans are a really good representation down to several millimeters of accuracy. I didn't see the need.
Okay. Knowing how tight this is, we're putting an individual here. So this is what you're saying is the position that Casey was in when Mr. Meade fired.
Position Casey was in when Mr. Meade decided to fire. That's a difference.
So what are you saying? Decided to fire? You've got the holes. You've already got the bullet holes in Casey, correct?
That's just a representation of where they went to the lower body. If you notice, I'm not representing the upper body because that can still turn. And as we discussed with Taylor 2021, it takes an officer roughly 0.32 to 0.86 seconds to see this, decide to pull the trigger, and then pull the trigger. And in that time frame, Casey could have rotated more towards the kitchen.
I thought you testified on. So you're saying these first three shots are the first three shots?
No, sir.
Okay. So you are aware, aren't you, that the first two shots, 1 and 2 described by Dr. Shepard, you are aware, aren't you, that she's a medical doctor?
Objection, Your Honor.
That,
She didn't.
Approach.
No, I'll note your objection. You can approach.
Dr. Damon,
He asked the question
thank you, Robert.
differently.
Just to clear it up, you know I'm not talking about timing, I'm talking about order of shots. I'm talking about 1, 2, and 3.
Right, and I don't believe Dr. Shepley was listing them as a sequence.
Exactly.
Okay,
And I didn't mean if I was,
that's what it sounded like to me.
okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about her reference to shot number 1 in her coroner's report and her reference to shot number 2 in her coroner's report, okay? And those 2 shots would be, well, it's been taken down. Those 2 shots, or 3 shots actually, but what she referred to in her coroner's report, I'm not talking about order, okay, that those shots entered the mid-back, okay, and they came close to the spinal cord, right, and caused what she called, could be temporary paralysis, what makes somebody drop. And shot number 2, she testified to the same thing. So knowing that in your analysis, okay, does that change anything?
No, they could have been the first shots fired.
You say they could have been?
Could have been.
Well, if they were, okay, you're saying that she says if they were the first shots and he dropped, he would drop right here where he's at, correct?
Not if he's moving.
In which direction is he moving there?
I don't know.
All right, I'm going to and you've been around long enough to say the movement. Are we talking about if he had been running, walking? You said that he wouldn't necessarily drop there if he was moving. What do you mean by that?
If he was, say, twisting his torso as we talked about, that would give him some initial movement, initial velocity, and he could be moving into the door. It's a possibility.
Possibility?
Yeah.
So you're just coming up with possibilities as to what could happen.
I'm saying there's likely movement there.
Okay. Let's just go through your slides, okay, that you put together for all of us to see. I'm going to go to, you have your slide report up there? Do you have those?
No, I don't.
I'm going to go to, it would be slide on page 22. Put this up here. Let me find it in your report. Okay, well, let me do it this way because I'm going to use the one that's in your report because you didn't put, I'm going to ask him, those are the same photographs that you had in your first.
And that's the December 4th one. 5th, or whatever.
Yeah. You didn't change those photographs, did you?
Show me the other one.
Well, did you change the photographs from a report that was given to us on the report written December?
No, I'm just want to double check.
Which ones do you want?
So what are you asking about this image? What are you asking about this image?
Well, the image that I just had up, we want to make sure we're accurate. The image, you didn't change any of the images from report from December 4th to the 8th. All you did was typos, right? and made a
Well, we
couple-
talked about the
made a couple-
trajectories in figure 13.
You already testified to
Not
that.
speak over each other.
Here, so, is that the same as what I've been referring to?
Yes, with respect to the only difference here is the trajectories.
Okay. It's the same photograph, though.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll use this one. Okay. All right. So, at least in the slides, you put in this photograph in your slideshow to the jury, okay? And then we've got this one. So the question I want to ask is, where you have Mr. Goodson here, is that similar to the positioning that we just saw, where he was reaching out, where he just had 1 foot on the threshold?
Yeah, the pelvis is the same in this image than it is in the twisted image. The only thing that's changed is the upper body.
Okay. Now, where's his foot here? Is that actually on the porch or is it floating in air?
No, it's floating.
It's floating. And so he's walking into the house that way with his left foot right at the door jamb here, right? His left foot's right at the door jamb. Now, you're in kinesiology. Do you think that this is feasibly mechanically accurate?
It is mechanically accurate.
Okay. I know somebody could do it. They could put their toe on the door jamb there on the left foot and leave the other foot hanging on the space right there, right? They could do that. Somebody could balance like that, right?
He may have a quick way of getting in, say grabbing the door jamb with his left hand as he opens the door. There's all sorts of possibilities. I don't know, but the pelvis was likely in that position.
Okay. Since you didn't go to the scene, did you look at the photographs as to where the doorknob was on the main door?
I know it opened this direction.
For Casey's at where his left hand would be, is that where the doorknob?
Close to it, I believe.
And are you aware from looking at the evidence that was given to you, okay, that there were keys hanging in the door?
I don't recall that, but I understand he was trying to gain access to the house.
And so you were unaware that in the main door, that there were keys hanging in the lock of the main door?
I believe I did see that in one of the photos, but I don't recall.
So, and do you know how much time would have elapsed between when he opened the door, okay, unlocked the door, and the door opened to when you have him in this position?
I would imagine that if it were me, as a hypothetical, because you're asking a hypothetical, I would stand on the landing, use the keys to open the door, push open the door, and step in.
So you've got him twisted. You've got his head also. It looks like it's leaning up against the door jamb. Is that right?
I don't know where his upper body was. I just know that he was looking backwards at Officer Meade. And you got to realize that this here is just still the neutral position of the torso on the pelvis, not the reenactment as described by Officer Meade.
Okay. Now, you see, you've got these yellow lines here. You're saying that those are the bullets that came from the weapon. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And they're kind of traveling this way. You've got to, you see, and you say bullets travel straight, right?
Depends.
When it came out of that rifle, they were traveling straight, right?
Yes, sir.
So they went through an intermediary or whatever. But if you follow this back for the most part, okay, like you have here, okay, he would have to be able to, you see the edge of your door there? your screen door, to point, remember what we read here? Mr. Meade said that he turned, raised, and leveled the gun at me. Remember that in the statement? Page 5 of the statement.
I understood that as being in the process of leveling it, but
Okay. So you say this is in the process of Mr. Goodson turning towards Mr. Meade, correct?
no, this is just a neutral position of the torso over top of the analyzed pelvis.
So you have him standing on the porch, right?
No?
Well, where's the door here? Is he at the edge of the door?
Yeah, 1 foot's on the landing, you just can't see it.
You say in this photo there's 1 foot in the landing?
Yes, sir. Just like an A.
Is that the foot there?
No, that's a shoulder, including the foot.
Here's his buttocks right here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're saying that somehow this leg's contorted up onto that landing?
No, it's just like in image A. Just looking at it from top down.
Well, they don't look the same to me, I'm sorry, I think you can correct me on it.
They are.
All right.
But it's also important to know that this was just a neutral position before I included what Officer Meade stated he saw. He said he saw.
Neutral position meaning what?
Meaning that there's no information to tie the position of the upper body other than Officer Meade's statements.
Right. Because it's getting back to where you ended up with Mr. Collins. It just doesn't fit, does it? Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't hear the question. Re-ask the question.
It's just like how we ended up at the end of the direct with Mr. Collins, you said, they just don't fit.
Objection, Your Honor, he never testified to that.
Basically in those words.
Objection again.
It's sustained. Ask a question.
Well, let me find my note here where I wrote it down last. I started off with that from the beginning. All right. So, I'll let everybody remember from their own recollection. Okay. Let's go to slide 22. And so and correct me, you're saying, is this just a neutral position again?
That's right.
Okay, neutral position means you're not saying this is how he was positioned?
Exactly. Exactly,
So
sir.
what's the neutral position? What's
That-
the name?
It just means anatomical position, so placed erect over the pelvis as analyzed with hands down by the side.
And so you mean you're not trying to position Casey?
Exactly. Oh, his pelvis, his lower body, yes, not his upper body.
Well, so you have him on the porch to analyze the lower
No.
pelvis body?
No, this is exactly what we were looking at before with 1 foot on the threshold.
Now, you've got Mr. Meade over here, like kneeling down, got one knee on the ground and stuff. Where'd you get that information from?
I was told that he was in a tactical crouch, that he likes to make himself small when he's firing. And so, the estimate between 10 and 15 feet allowed for a stance like that, although I wasn't sure what that stance looked like.
So you took a kneeling stance.
It was the stance that best fit the trajectory, actually. But I was able to show you that in a crouch position, I could also achieve the same trajectory, but it had to be closer.
Okay. But you picked the kneeling?
Just as a demonstrative, yes.
All right, then let's look at I think it's, we already looked at number 24. Let me just go through them. That's your 24. Okay, now, so was there anything else that, that you learned from the packet that was sent to you, from all the discovery? And there was a lot, wasn't there? Yeah, there's a lot to go through. And all that big pack, okay, I suspect that you had learned that Casey Goodson not only had what they're claiming a gun in his hand, but that he had a big bag of 3 full-size subs in his.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what we're claiming.
Overruled, if,
Well, that there was subs found at the scene.
I remember,
No.
overruled, let him ask.
Were there subs found at the scene?
I remember reading he went to leave to get subs and then they were found somewhere in the kitchen.
Well, let's in this hypothetical. Let's say he had subs in his left hand. Okay. And then he had keys in his right. Okay. And I guess the gun. Okay. He unlocks the door. Okay. Now, the way you had, which is it that, which scene is it that you say that your analysis places him at? What side?
That was figure, figure 11.
Figure 11?
Yes, sir.
Which slide on the slide was it?
I'm not sure.
All right. There we go. So I'm just asking you that okay. I think you put underneath there, depiction of Mr. Goodson from Deputy Meade's perspective. This is what you're saying it is. With this, we're back to the one where you're saying he's transitioning into the house. And my copy's not colored, but remember there's the foot hanging down there? Okay. And you've got him, remember we went back through it, his head's kind of pushed up against the threshold of the door. You remember that?
That's a different.
That was a different image.
But of course, his head on this one.
Counsel want to approach both of them? Ask your question.
And I just want to clarify something. We were talking, because I'm going to talk about the plastic bag. You're aware of his statement, the 10-page statement, type statement by Mr. Meade?
Yes, sir.
And it says in his statement, he also appeared to have a plastic bag in his left hand. So if we could bring that image back up. And you doing your modeling and everything, showing all this twisting and everything and all this modeling. Did you factor in plastic bag?
No.
And hypothetically, okay, if he had 3 Subway footlong subs in a plastic bag, okay, because you want all the information, correct, to do your modeling?
At the time that Mr. Meade was making the decision, yes.
Okay, and that would have been important for you to know.
I don't want to speculate on how he was carrying it. keys were obviously present, fiddling with the door. He also said he saw a gun. I focused my attention on his demonstration in his previous hearing.
But, all right, I think you answered the question. It would be important to factor that in.
You're injecting Casey's dexterity with multiple items in his hands, but I focus specifically on the moments just prior to pulling the trigger.
So you didn't factor in the dexterity of having two things in your hand, how it affects anything. You didn't factor in any of that. I mean, fair enough.
No, there was a gun in one of his hands, or I shouldn't say that, scratch that. I mean, I assumed that there was a gun in one of his hands. I don't know what was happening with the other hand.
But fair enough that you, as a kinesiologist, a biomechanical engineer, and you're doing one of these things, fair enough that it should be factored in.
I still think you can achieve this observation even though you might have a bag of subs in your hand.
Without doing any modeling.
I don't believe it would have changed what Officer Meade said he saw in that moment that you see here.
I'm not sure I understand. Could you repeat that?
What I'm saying is he could have a bag of Subway sandwiches in his left hand and we wouldn't know.
I was talking about for analysis purposes.
It's not going to unbalance him if that's what you mean.
Well, we'll move on. Okay, so now, where is the positioning of his head here in relationship to the door frame?
I believe that image has him closer to the door because he's twisting and looking back. But I'd also add that I don't know. This is just a visual representation of Officer Meade's recollection.
So let's just go to your conclusion. I guess I'm a little confused because they asked you if this was to a reasonable degree of biomedical certainty. Is that what
Correct.
what degree you're in? This biomedical or biomechanical?
That's how I describe it, yes.
I guess I was a little confused because you have following conclusion reported a reasonable degree of biomedical engineering.
Again, biomedical is the overarching description. It's what my actual degree was in, but the education was in biomechanical.
Yeah. You started off in the very beginning, you told me what biomedical was.
Exactly.
It's different than biomechanical.
It's under the same umbrella. It's more solving broader questions in medicine, where biomechanical is mechanical engineering applied to the human.
I think we've already gone through that you said it was likely that Mr. Goodson's body was inside the house, okay? When you say body, you're referring to what we've already discussed, just a portion of 1 foot up in the house.
Correct.
Correct. And you signed off on this,
Yes, sir.
but you had others working on it, correct?
As is typical, yeah.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Dr. Davis.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
I rarely, if ever, go over 4:30, but we're going to keep it quick.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I can't control that. Doctor, everything with regards to what you do and sign off on, doesn't matter whether a team works on it or just you individually, correct?
Correct.
You're responsible for it, correct?
100%.
And you've done that many, many times in writing reports, correct?
Correct.
And in the industry, that's acceptable, correct?
It is.
And actually, it's recommended because it gives you different points of view of the same aspect of what you're analyzing, correct?
It's always a better work product when a team works on it.
So if one individual works on it, you might not see other things that a team works on, right?
100%.
In Jason Meade's statement, he said, when I looked down the street, I saw him with a plastic bag in his hand, right? Okay. When his statement about when he saw him at the door, he doesn't mention anything about a plastic bag, correct?
No, sir.
You were asked to analyze whether Jason Meade's statement and the hypothesis was consistent with your findings, correct?
Correct.
You weren't asked to analyze whether or not he had a plastic bag in one of his hands, right?
Correct.
The reason being is you can have a bag in your hands with subs in this hand, keys in the left hand, gun in the right hand. There's a million different variables, correct?
Objections?
Overruled.
Correct.
So that's why it doesn't come into the analysis, right? There could be three subs in here, keys, left hands, all that type of stuff, correct?
I specifically more focused on Officer Meade's recollections just prior to the firing, and he does not mention a plastic bag at that moment.
And in fact, just prior to the firing, he couldn't see the handgun at first, correct? He lost sight of the handgun in his statement, right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And so when you say turn back, sir, when you say turn back, when you say Mr. Goodson, Mr. Meade says Mr. Goodson turned this way, right? It's possible his hand stayed there.
Overruled.
It's possible his hand stayed there, right?
Correct.
It's possible it went back to the left, right?
Correct.
It's possible it went more than that, right?
Yes.
You're not saying that it was in here, you're saying it was there. It could have stayed right there, correct?
Correct.
You talk about movement in the door. Do you remember reading in Jason Meade's statement, just before I fired, the suspect had opened the main door and taken a step forward?
Sounds
Correct.
remarkably similar to what the analysis showed.
Remarkably similar to you having someone taking a step up, right?
Correct.
If the door opens this way, right? Okay, the main door, not the storm door. We know the storm door opens this way, right?
Correct.
If the main door opens this way, right? Are you gonna take a step in with your right foot, sir? You're probably gonna step up with your closest foot.
Objection.
Overruled.
I'd say it's speculation, but
How many times have you walked into a house sideways like this, doctor? With the right foot going first?
I see what you're saying. If you're oriented with away from Officer Meade's position, I think it'd be more ergonomic to step in with the left foot.
And will you cue up the slides? How much is how many centimeters in an inch?
Oh, 2.5 centimeters in an inch.
So when you say the margin of error was 20 centimeters into the house, right? You said earlier that error was too much.
Okay, so the distance error was greater when we closed the door, and that pushed him about 20 centimeters inside the house.
And that's why that didn't make sense.
That's right.
Now, when you charge at industry standards, correct?
I actually think I'm below industry standards now.
And you should get paid for your work, correct?
Correct.
You asked Mr. Schroyer 3 or 4 times, can I give you one quick example? Now, I know it was about an hour and a half ago. Do you remember what that example was?
I do. It was the highest shot in the autopsy room. In that shot, what you can see in the image is that it's slightly offset from the spine, even though the spinous processes were involved. Dr. Shepley, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, called that a midline shot. And so it was an example of how error can be introduced, maybe unbeknownst to her, and maybe from a medical standpoint, that is a midline shot. From an engineering standpoint, it's not, which is why I use the overlay. I believe it represents the pattern and location of injuries more accurately for what we need.
Had you gone to the scene, the jurors went to the scene, objection.
Overruled.
The jurors went on a jury visit a week ago. Sorry. Last Wednesday. Okay. Thursday, excuse me. Yeah, a week ago. When they went to that scene, it's a lot different than it was 4 years ago, correct?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And in terms of what your analysis is for, why is the scan more detailed and more precise than you going there and measuring stuff using a tape ruler or using an automatic measure? Why is the scan more precise?
The scan is a very accurate device. If you think of any laser measurement device, it's within fractions of a millimeter of accuracy. A ferroscan is just that device on steroids, and it just takes it in 3 dimensions, millions of data points that accurately preserve the scene as close to the incident as possible.
And with regards to, you mentioned anchoring. What were you trying to anchor in your analysis in the slides? If you'll start with the slides, Ms. Stevens. Put them up there.
I was trying to anchor the trajectory from Officer Meade's muzzle of his gun to an intermediary object. That would give me a trajectory that I could continue through the door and interact with the entrance wounds found on Mr.
How's the
Goodson.
one approach? I mean,
So in those things, that's what you're trying to do. I'm fine.
okay.
No.
But I'm asking the judge.
No, you don't need to approach. I was going to terminate.
So
We got one last question.
again, if I can have the conclusions up. Please restate your conclusions, and were they all based on a reasonable degree of scientific biomechanical certainty?
They were based on reasonable biomechanical engineering certainty. And the first conclusion deals with the body itself, or the pelvis. It is likely that Mr. Goodson's body was inside the house near the threshold of the entrance, and that his lower body was oriented as demonstrated by Deputy Meade during his first hearing.
And the second position?
It is possible that Mr. Goodson turned away from Deputy Meade between the time that Deputy Meade alleged to have seen Mr. Goodson point a handgun in his direction and when Deputy Meade discharged his first shot.
So with your deputy, that's from here, possibly he went back that way, right? Doctor, thank you so much for your time and effort. I apologize for the
No problem.
Take whatever you brought. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll address what you're going to raise afterward. You do not, there's no such thing as recross. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for the evening. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. You guys are great. We got started a little earlier today. 8:45. We'll try and get started by 9.
All rise.
But we have a terrible practice. You guys can all sit down. We have a terrible practice here in Franklin County to allow recross. There's no such thing as recross.
We only had a cross-examination.
That's all you get.
You've been giving.
And I would have given you that, but
May I put this on the record, Your Honor?
yes, you may.
everybody on all the attorneys knew that he has to be done today by 4:30. Everybody knows that Judge Young has a 4:30 cutoff. I had another 15 or 20 minutes, Mr. Rumble, but I couldn't do it because the judge instructed me I had to be done at 4:30. So if I have to stop mine at 4:30, you're not entitled to go after that. Does that make sense? I'm asking, Mr. Rumble.
I'm gonna address my questions to.
That's fine. Mr. Collins, I get it. I can handle my job.
Yeah, I just want to understand, Judge, because all through our case, they have had a recross.
It's a terrible practice, and I will give you the same opportunity as they've had as to this, but there is no such thing. But in Franklin County, we've been doing this. I've been trying cases since 1991. You a lot longer than me. But, you know, if you go to another county, there's no such thing as that.
I understand, Judge, and all I'm asking is. you know,
I will be fair for everybody.
And I appreciate that, you know, but all I'm saying is that if we're not gonna have recross, that's fine. Let's just do that consistently.
You had an hour and a half opportunity to ask the doctor any questions whatsoever. And you had ample opportunity, and if you want recross when, or recross, or whatever it's called, you know, during their witnesses, then I'll grant it. We know we had a time issue on this, so I'm just, I will note your concern, but, you know.
Okay, thank you.
All rise. I don't know what from the, yeah, who knows what.